Good morning and welcome to Mat 2 here in Budapest at the Suzuki 2017 Judo World Championships.
Well, welcome back to Budapest and day 5 of competition at the Suzuki World Championships. It's 9:10 here in the morning. We will get underway in 50 minutes time with the under 70, the under 90 and the under 78 kilo categories. The under 70 and 78 kilo categories are for women. The under 90 kilo categories are for men. And I'll just give you a quick rundown on the top 4 seeds in each weight category. In the under 70 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Elvis Mar Rodriguez of Venezuela. The number 2 seed is Arai Shizuru of Japan. The number 3 seed is Yuri Alve of Colombia. And the number 4 seed is Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands. In the under 78 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands. Number 2 seed is Audrey Chamillo of France. Number 3 seed is Natalie Powell of Great Britain. And the number 4 seed is she changed her name because she got married. I have to remember that one. Yeah, Edeli Abigail of Hungary. I'll have that down by the time we come to the broadcast. Right, well, the under 90 kilo category is absolutely packed. 71 judoka. And let's see if I can get this right. The number 1 seed is Alexander Kukolja of Serbia. The number 2 seed is Axel Clerget of France. The number 3 seed is Komrancho Ustapirion of Tajikistan. And the number 4 seed is Hussein Karl Musayev, not to be confused with Hassan Karl Musayev, given that they are identical twins. So a little bit tricky there if you want to make sure you get the right Karl Musayev. This one is in the under 90 kilo category, and he really does also have a terrific shot at taking the title in the under 90 kilo category. What do you think that would be? Okay, we'll be back at 10 o'clock. World Championships. And we're going to begin with the contests in the under 90 kilo category. 3 weight categories we've got to bring to you today. The under 70, the under 78 and the under 90. And the under 90 kilo category, we're kicking off with Bachiru Dubu of Niger. He's up against Lee Ji-young of the Republic of Korea. It's Dubu in the white judogi, Lee in blue. '71 judoka in this weight category, a huge group. I haven't seen Mr. Lee before. Not sure what we can expect from him. Same goes for Bachiru Dubu. Haven't seen him either, so unknown quantities, the pair of them. Anyway, we'll give them a chance to settle in and see how we get on. 10 o'clock in the morning here in Budapest. We have started competitions a little bit earlier than this, but I think this is a reasonable time. It's a civilized time to get underway, 10 o'clock. Anything earlier than that, well, I'll be struggling. Lee on the board with that Wazaria, now the Yosai Komi. Nice and tight, classical Kezugatami. Just slipped the head there, so I suppose you could reclassify that as Kuzuri Kezugatami. In any event, it's Lee who goes through to the second round, and I'm just going to check and see, because it's such a big group, exactly what we've got in store for you. 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds, a little bit like yesterday. 4 rounds, a quarter-final, and then a semi-final. Let's just pop that over there. Yeah, there you go. Gets right down for that left-sided Morote Seonagi. He rolls him, really. So that's why there's the Wazari score. Any rolling score has to be given Wazari and not Ippon. We are looking at Pool C today. The number 2 seed, Axel Clerget, heads this pool, the Frenchman. Coming up next, we have Asle Gonzalez of Cuba. He's up against Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. What a contest this should be. Gonzalez in the white judogi, Majdov in blue. 2 really class acts. The Cubans will be hoping that Asle Gonzalez can come up with something, because he's one of their top players. Or judoka, if you like. Not sure if Richard is around, but very good morning to you if you are. I think I've convinced him that from time to time, that term, the term that we apply to fighters, competitors, players, combatants, or judoka, these are reasonably interchangeable. Good morning to you. Both judoka have picked up penalties. Penalty apiece then. 28 years old, Ashley Gonzalez. He was a silver medalist at the Olympic Games back in 2012. Lost out to the South Korean Song Dae-nam. Song Dae-nam signing off in that competition. That was his farewell. What a way to leave the international circuit with a gold medal at the Olympic Games. Gonzalez still in the fight here, chasing another Olympic medal, but today it's the World Championships that are his current focus of attention. He's been on top spot before, back in 2013 when he won the World Championships in Rio de Janeiro. So Maidov with his hands full. Gonzalez picking up a second penalty now. Not quite the force that he was in either 2011 in Paris when he picked up a bronze medal, and then in Rio 2013 when he walked away with the title. In fact, the first time that we saw Gonzalez at a World Championship was way back in 2009 in Rotterdam. He was down at under 81 kilos at that time. Into the last minute, 2 penalties picked up by the Cuban, and Maidov is causing him some problems here. Our commentary position is located in an area when all sorts of people walk past. Some of them are welcome. Ilias Iliadis has been walking past almost every day, punching the air and saying, "Go 90 kilos." Easy for him to say because he's watching now. Might be lucky to get him up here, pop in and say hello. No reason why he shouldn't. What a coup that would be. 3 times world champion, Olympic champion back in Athens. We might catch him a bit later. Right, no score in normal time. Gonzalez picked up 2 penalties, Maidov the 1. And for those of you who watch judo regularly, you'll know the script, you'll know the scenario. A single score by either player will win it. Whomsoever scores first will win it. If, however, Gonzalez was to pick up another penalty, he would receive Hansokumake. That's the same in normal time. Maidov, however, having only collected 1 Shido in normal time, can play that second yellow card, if you like. So he's the one with the advantage, because if he commits an error, he's not out of it. Gonzalez is in the tricky position. He does pick up a Shido right at the end there, and we're not going to have a golden score period. Well, I told you at the beginning that was going to be a tricky one. Maidov is on his way up. Gonzalez, with the greatest of respect to him, is beginning to flatline, I'm afraid. First round exit for the former world champion, Olympic silver medalist. All sorts of goodies in the bag, but just didn't happen for him today. Sad exit, really. Right. We're happy to be able to share Mat 2, that's where we are, with the under 78 kilo category. we've got the first round in the under 78 kilo category. We have Pool C. And we've got the former world champion Audrey Chermiot of France facing Yarden Meyerson of Israel. It's Chermiot in the white judogi, Meyerson in blue. And the referee in the middle for this one is Vasily Smolin of Russia. Chermiot, another fighter with a hatful of success. Loads of silverware in her cupboard. I think the other thing is that she's remained relatively injury-free. She hasn't had prolonged periods of being out and away from international competition, so that has helped. Managed to snare 2 Olympic medals to date, as well as that World Championship gold medal winning performance when the World Championships were held in Paris back in 2011. She walked away with the gold. Well, that's real disappointment. Meyerson on the back of that, and Sokomake there. It all went pear-shaped for her. Little Ashley was a left-sided from Chermiot. That was the score. Tap there with Kochigari, and then there's the left Yashibarai to bring her down. Right, coming up next, Jacqueline Usnayo of Chile faces Zarina Raifova of Kazakhstan. It's Usnayo in the white judogi, Raifova in blue. Not quite the same large numbers that we've seen in the other categories. 31 judoka in this under 78 kilo category. Husha Steinhaus is the #1 seed. We've already seen the #2 seed, Audrey Chermiot. Natalie Powell is the #3 seed, and the #4 seed is Abigail Erdelillo of Hungary. That's the top 4 seeds. We've got Sato Ruika of Japan down in the lower half of the draw, and the former world champion Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. Umeki Mami, the current world champion, is in amongst this group as well. Only Husha Steinhaus of the Netherlands had a bye. Everyone else had to have a first-round contest. She was the lucky recipient of a bye, being the #1 seed. Good luck to her then. In this group of 31, we have Aguiar, who's won a world title, Chameo, who's won a world title, Umeki, the current world title holder, and Martinda Verkerk, who's won a world title. Four world title holders at some stage. Verkerk in Pool A, Umeki in Pool B, Chameo and Aguiar in Pool C. You're lucky if you're in Pool D. At least you avoid any World Championship winning medalist. It's a little bit like that in Rio. Because in Rio you had Sol Kyung and Kayla Harrison. They were in the mix. I think there may have been another as well. Well, that was probably it, because no one else has retired. So that was quite a lineup. No hiding place. It didn't matter where you went, you were going to get a world champion. And in the case of Kayla Harrison, an Olympic champion in there as well. Znaiya has picked up the single Shido at the moment. There's a minute and a half left to go. Almost countered. Ochigari blocked by Raifova, and then she attempted to come up with a counter, but Znaiya decided that she was going to bail from that one. They haven't had the best time of it, the remainder of the Kazakh women's team. Otgontsetse Galbadrak medalled for them on the opening day, and since then it's been pretty lean pickings. Now Raifova picks up a penalty for passivity. Last few seconds of normal time. Now would be a good moment to finish the contest. Save yourself any trouble, and she does. There you go. Not quite on the bell, but as close as you could get, really. Raifova right at the end, coming up with that Uchimata to bring Znaiya down. And into round two goes Zarina Raifova of Kazakhstan. She'll face Audrey Chermio of France. Well, with so many top names and seeded fighters taking up some spots by right anyway, you were always going to get a tough contest early on. Possibly one or two in round one would have been really undesirable. And here, coming up next, is a good illustration of that. Mayra Aguiar of Brazil faces Clara Apoteca of Slovenia. This is a particularly tough contest, not just for Apoteca in having to face Aguiar, but for Aguiar to face Apoteca. That's what really makes it difficult, when the favourite could tumble and it wouldn't be a surprise. It would not surprise me if Apotheker overcame Aguiar. Those are the ones that favourites don't like to have in round one. Sato Ruika and Anastasia Turchin, that's another one that they would have liked to have avoided. And then really after that, everything was as one would expect. But there were two really big ones, Aguiar Apotheker and the Sato Turchin contest. We're spoilt for choice today because in addition to the under 78 kilo category, we've got the under 90 kilo category and one of the pools of the under 70 kilo category. So a nice mix today here on Mat 2. We've got one more contest in this weight category and then we'll have the under 70 kilo category coming up, round one there. A little tap from Aguiar brings Apotheker down onto her knees, so no score. See, Aguiar is a tall fighter. She's one of the tallest in the weight category, but she's a head shorter than Apotheker, so she poses a different proposition. Put it that way. I suppose so. Not the best English, but I know you at home will know what I mean. There's a different look here for Aguiar. Longer limbs, taller, head higher, extreme right-sided. Apotheker's the one with the penalty against her, but there's still plenty of time left on the clock. We're just a little under halfway. No, Aguiar's defence is too tight, too strong, and there's no way through. The last time we saw the Slovenian coach, Fabian Marian, who was in yesterday's final when he was in the chair for Tina Tursteniak. Two things that hamper Apotheker in this contest with Aguiar. One is Aguiar's physical power. She's a strong fighter, and that blocks a lot of Apotheker's attacks. And the other thing is that in order to get past Aguiar, you'd have to have a little bit more speed, and Apotheker doesn't have that. Just not able to come across quicker. That was absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful. Powerful over on the left-hand side. And I just happened to mention the lack of speed from Apotheker, and that from Aguiar was fast. That was quick. She was across there too quickly for Apotheker to turn off it or deal with it, defend it in any way, and ended up getting flattened. So Aguiar, who was favourite to win that, delayed slightly, held up a little bit by Apotheker, and then all of a sudden she was across there with that big left leg. Mayra Aguiar safely through to round two. Well, we've got one more under 78 kilo category contest to come, and this features Bernadette Graf of Austria. She's up against Diana Brenes of Costa Rica. Graf in the white judogi, Brenes in blue. And in our little pool that the International Judo Federation staff members are playing, my pick for the under 78 kilo category was Bernadette Graf. I selected her. I was the only one in our group. No one put any money on her, but I did. A very good morning and welcome to Paul Nelson. Good morning, Paul. How are you doing?
Morning, Sheldon, everyone.
Might just want to bring that just a little bit closer up. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And why did you put your money on Graf, Sheldon?
Well, Graf is a former junior world champion at under 70 kilos. You can see that she's just that little bit undersized if you look at the two fighters. Now, remember, we had Aguiar and Apoteca on the mat before, and that was slightly deceptive. That's a nice little Ojigari that she just manages to avoid going over for the full score there. Only went down on a side. So these two are not the biggest players or biggest judoka in the category, and yet Graf is even smaller than Brenner. She's only just moved up from 70 kilos. So what you have here is the opposite end of the scale from Apoteca. Graf would be the smallest or shortest in the weight category. Nice little koji to bring her down at the end. And Apoteca would be the tallest. Body-wise, I think she's just filling out into the under 78 kilo category. Zero problems with the weight. Nice and comfortable.
You certainly started strongly.
And the thing that Graf is going to bring to it is the thing that Apoteca lacked. The most important thing: speed, movement, timing, touch, a quality of techniques that as you get bigger and bigger and bigger are just harder to bring off. You know, bodies don't move the same. Graf has got she's got perfect physique for the under 70 kilo category, but she's fighting up at 78, and I'd say that it's very good, but not perfect. Aguiar is the perfect specimen, just that little bit bigger, that little bit more powerful.
And quick.
And she's also got the speed. She's got speed and power. This is the Shido to Brenner's here. Being over one side, she's just blocking there. She's on the way out. Yeah. That's unfortunate. She wanted to get her hands back, but not at the risk of then opening up and getting thrown. So she left it over there for too long, and Graf was clever. Just put the head there to make sure that the arm couldn't come off. Just stuck the head in a little bit. Why wouldn't you? You know, and that was it. Bernadette Graf, single score. You know, it's a warm-up, to Brenner's, but it's absolutely what Graf needed
to start strongly and to get that confidence to go through to the later rounds.
Exactly.
She did start very strongongly.
Just feel her way. Yeah, just feel her way into it. She comes with that little Kojigari. Now, the really nice thing here is it's Graf and Aguiar next.
Well, it's a shame for both of them, but it's going to be, I guess, similar styles, but one with being the world champion and having more experience and possibly strength and experience. I got the impression in the last fight, Aguiar just waited then till her opponent had tied somewhat and then slammed out of the blue. Really shocked her with that speed and decisive technique.
Aguiar has got the hardest draw. She had to get past Apoteca round one. She's got to get past Bernadette Graf next round, and it'll be Audrey Chermio, former world champion, in the quarterfinal. That's before she's got to the semi-final and final. Aguiar's got the toughest draw going. Right, round one in the under 70 kilo category. Chantal Wright of the United States of America faces Kwon Sung-yong of the People's Republic of Korea. It's Wright in the white judogi, Kwon in blue. Oh, low right-sided marotte, left-sided marotte seonage from Kwon as she brings Wright down onto that shoulder. Ouch. Always hurts. 70 kilos is the weight category that the North Koreans have sent a judoka at. They haven't sent anyone at 78, where they had a world champion in the past. That was Sol Kyung. She won in 2013. Haven't seen her for a bit, but Kwon, well, you never know. You just don't know about the North Koreans. Unknown quantity. This time she almost comes off the wrong side there.
Well, she's moving well for a lady of that size. Nice drop down right to Suyanagi, straight away on the arm. American's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah. That's when it gets really hard, because it's a strong position.
It is a strong position. Yeah. Unless she can drop that elbow below the hips, she's not going to be able to sustain that. The Korean's pulling straight out from a longer position, though.
Yeah, he's going to call Mate there.
Yeah.
Good defence from right. There was just something not right with the Kwon's right leg in that. It wasn't putting sufficient enough pressure on the head. And for that reason, I don't think she got enough purchase on the arm. You know, you want to make sure that every other part away from the elbow joint is locked up.
Vice-like tight.
Yeah, and vice-like tight. You can't go anywhere, and now you can focus completely on the elbow joint, but that wasn't the case. Still, the single score leads for Kwon. We're halfway through this contest.
Drop down Yoko Sutemiwaza for another score for the Korean, who seems to be dominating exchanges here. And Wright will find it increasingly difficult to get back into the fight for the scores if she can't initiate the attacking during the exchanges.
Yeah, that's not your typical North Korean technique. I've never seen any of their judoka execute that. Kwon perfectly comfortable with it, though, and executed it well.
It's one of the better demonstrations we've seen.
Yeah.
A lot of those techniques are not penetrating and getting the same contact that you saw there. Now left Sode. Keep rotating. Right suppresses it. But Wright's not getting any good attacks in. She's not making a mark here. And now she gets the penalty. So with a minute to go, she's got to... Oh, she's over this time for Ippon.
Did she throw a left-sided every time? I'm just beginning to wonder whether there was a right-side score as well, which would bode well for Kwon if she's, you know, can throw that well on either side. In any case, that one was left, and it was a nice finish.
Well, she had the Yoko Satemi on the other side, and she's gone left Sode on this one. That's a nice technique.
Look at
just
the
get the top
here.
body contact, boom. And Wright was not in the same caliber of class as the North Korean.
Well, you win some, you lose some. She's won that one. And that win puts her into round 2, where she will face the current world #1 and #1 seed here, obviously, Elvis Mau Rodriguez of Venezuela. What a task she has in the next round. Okay, up on mat number 2, first round in the under 70 kilo category. We've got Jovana Pekovic of Montenegro. She's up against Ayuk Ote Are Sofina. I'm just going to call her Ayuk Are. That'll do. Pekovic comes up with the Osaikomi. Kami Shiogatami from the Montenegro is nice and tight. Just squares the legs up, just bringing the knees up and looking rather box-like.
So the Cameroon player's not moved from that position. She maybe been stunned in the fall. Looks like she has a complaint with the neck or the
a little
shoulder.
bit some degree of discomfort.
I don't think I've seen another Cameroon player in my travels during the first 5 days here. Can you recall another one, Sheldon?
Yes, I think there have been. others. You may not have seen them on the tatami that you were covering, but in the under 48 kilos, it was Philomene Bata. And then yesterday in the under 63 kilo category, Helene Vezei-Dombiu, she was up there. We commentated on that one.
Well, that's a legendary recall there, Sheldon.
But it's only because that was on my mat.
And the Cameroon player on mat 2 now receiving some medical attention. She is in some discomfort.
Well, let's hope that it's nothing too serious and they're able to sort that out fairly shortly. Once they've done that, we'll be back on mat 2, and we're going to stay with the under 70 kilo category. Elisabeth Teltsidou of Greece will be up against Sally Conway of Great Britain, and when we return to mat 2, it'll be Teltsidou in the white judogi, Conway in blue. That's coming up next in the under 70 kilo category. I wonder if we could persuade the double Olympic champion Xiangong Mei, who was in the shot a couple of seconds ago, to come and help us with the draw tomorrow. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Have someone of that calibre to come down there. There's the current Olympic champion at plus 78 with the dark the dark rimmed glasses on, Emily Andiol of France, sitting next to Priscilla Neto. She was the one who got that Hansokamake against Dortsurin Sumia. Dortsurin going on to win the gold medal in the under 52 kilo category a couple of days ago.
I think that came about through her falling on an outstretched arm.
Yeah. There's no intent there, but just poor execution of Waza. That's, I think, how we described it at the time. It's a term, I think, that 9 times out of 10 properly describes that action. It was unintended. It was a poor execution of Waza that resulted in her falling on the arm, and that resulted in the Hansokamake. Okay, Teltsidou of Greece in the white judogi, Conway of Great Britain in blue. Round 1 of the under 70 kilo category continues. We are in Pool A. We've already seen Kwon Sun-young of the People's Republic of Korea defeat Chantel Wright of the United States of America. The winner of this one will go on to fight Roxanne Taymans of Belgium in round 2. But we're jumping the gun a little bit here. Round 1, Teltsidou in white, Conway in blue. Conway hasn't fought a great deal.
Oh, and a good score.
Since the Olympic Games.
Sat her down, only on the hips. No score given. Now I thought she was looking for the strangle, but she's gone for the arm, for the Sutemi into the Newaza. And it's good scrambling by Conway. It's a fierce exchange of grips, but she's managed to exert her techniques. And I thought that could have been a score from the Koichi takedown, but not enough, rolling onto the back to warrant the Wazari.
Although there is a score on the board. So you were right. Slightly unfair on Paul Nelson there, because he gave the correct call. At the time we were looking at something else, so well done, Paul.
Well, I think the referees just took a bit of time to assess that action.
Sally Conway picked up a Shido for a gripping infringement there.
Has been intensive gripping. Fierce quick exchanging. Now Tisoldu, they're just settling for something inferior and picking up the infringement. Now she's looking a little more pensive, and Conway's had the grips first. Nevertheless, putting the attacks in after receiving that Shido. And drop down Tatami attempt. Easily stopped by Conway. And that's a bit harsh. They've given her a negative attack penalty there. She was on the edge, and it is a tactic. Perhaps she should have looked to have been pulling her further over the head, but nevertheless, the referees have given it. Now she's got the top grip over the back. What can she do?
Well, she was lucky.
Tsurugoshi.
She was lucky
attempt.
not to get called for a Shido. She's gone over the back. She's held it there. She's begun to set up and prepare to attack. That's Shido.
You think it wasn't quick enough?
It wasn't quick enough. You know, if we can watch that and see that she's setting up, if you've got long enough to say, hey, she
now
is
Conway's
setting
on the
up,
arm
that's
and
too
pulled her
long.
over into the Newaza. So Telsidu is looks like she's run out of steam, or more or less accepted the fate here. She hasn't got much fight left.
This action comes after Telsudu has that grip, but it's going to be a little bit too early for the replay for us to show you that. But she has the arm over the back for too long. Now,
Conway's done very well in this fight, in the scrambling, to come out with the Osakomi win. And we saw that a little earlier. She got on their arm and levered her over. And that's a good win. It's I don't think she really got into a lot of trouble in that fight, so it's a good confidence builder. It's a good opening round fight for Conway.
she may get into a little bit of trouble in the next fight. She's into round 2 and will face the number 4 seed, Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands, a really dangerous competitor. That is going to be as close to a punch-up as it gets. Right, up next, Emily Suk of Denmark faces Maria Perez of Puerto Rico. It's Suk in the white judogi, Perez in blue. Run out at the World Championships for Suk. There's another fighter who's ended up with a tricky draw. There are a few of the Pan Americans who are really good in this weight category. Oh, what a shame that we're not going to get to see Lucas Kopalik on the tatami. There he is up in the stands with his little boy. What a shame. He picked up an injury about 7 or 8 days ago, and immediately the degree of the injury was known. He knew he couldn't have enough time to recover. What a shame.
Yes, he was billed, I guess, to provide a big challenge in the heavyweight men.
Absolutely.
And one of the contenders, everybody thought. So very wide disappointment that he's not going to be there.
There was on the podium at the European Championships. A few months, really, after having taken the gold medal at the Olympic Games in under 100 kilos. So his plan was to prepare for Tokyo. But a few months later, he found himself on the podium at the European Championships. So he was well ahead of the game, having almost, 3.5 years to prepare. He was already medaling at major championships. So it was all looking good. His preparation was looking good. He was winning competitions on the IJF Judo World Tour, having only just moved up. And unfortunately, the injury did for him. Anyway, a penalty apiece, Suk and Perez. We've got a little under 2 minutes to go, and Suk unfortunately picks up a second penalty. Still early days for Emily Suk, I think, as far as her judo career is concerned. She's got time to prepare.
She's holding Perez out in this position, and now she tries the attack. Perez looked more dangerous when she was in close for Tai Toshi, and then extended the Tai Toshi action into the Uchimata on the left. Now that's head-to-head. Left to Soto attack, a little dangerous with the sleeve down that low.
The next fight will Tatami, the first round performing on the 70 kilograms. Fight from the United States of America, and all and in blue, the People's Republic of Korea.
You have to be careful doing that, letting go of the hands. It can be regarded as a false attack. And a bit of a speculative, if you like, Makakome attack from Perez there, trying to bridge the distance between her and her opponent. And unless there is some sort of change of pattern, 2 attacks in a row to upset the opponent, you can't see it changing too much. So we're going to have to do something different to get the score here. So coming down the end of the normal time. And into the golden score extension with Suk. 2 penalties on the board in the least favourable position. And a perhaps Koichi Sakeshi, but not making contact on her back. No score.
Well, Emily Suk putting up a good effort here. Into golden score with Perez, who is considerably more experienced than the Danish fighter. Ooh.
Oh, that's a nice attack. But standing very front on, it's going to be hard for either player to score like this. There's the World Championships mascot. When not whipping the crowd into a frenzy of support for Hungarian players. Signing autographs.
I was lucky on the opening day to get that autograph, so I've got one of those.
To be treasured for sure.
Frame that and put that on my wall when I get home.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. It has been a lot of children at this event, and there's got to be something in it. It's a long day of judo. Oh, and that's it for Suk, unfortunately. not the way you want to go out, but certainly not the only one to go out like that. Some bigger names than her gone out like that at this event.
Very true. Right, it is showtime here at the Pap Laszlo Stadium, and I say that and try to big up the upcoming contest, because Zera Beketskitsi of Kazakhstan faces Gershak Sabina of Hungary. Bektaskizgi of Kazakhstan in the white judogi, Gershak in blue.
And a good exchange there.
Gershak's got
Hungarian initiating, but she's got herself into a bit of trouble now on the ground. Kazakhstani on the arm. Okay, in this position, seems to be holding the elbow under her own body.
Yeah, lost it.
She's
there.
held the leg.
Yeah.
That should be Mate.
Yeah. Lost it now.
We're getting a lot of angles, Sheldon, but the aerial angle, the above one, sometimes makes it hard to interpret the no-waza.
Absolutely.
You have to sort of reset your understanding of what's going on here on that angle, I find.
It's a nice home shot, isn't it? But as far as the former judokas are concerned, it's a tricky one because it's one they don't normally see. So
Temi dropped down by the Kazaki. No score.
Gershak is a judoka that you don't want to rattle. You just want to finish her off, but don't get her rattled. Strong thrower.
Yeah, there we go. Kosoto attack. That should be a score.
Yeah, that will be.
Nice work. A lot of forward action, forward action, forward action.
And it was the fear of the hip technique that did that. She's worried about the hip technique.
That's
Look
it.
at that big
And
leg goes around the back.
Change direction, taken it back. Beautiful. So that's action-reaction over a number of attempts. Has set that up.
And now it's Gershak's turn to work on the arm, and she may show
she's got her over, that's
how
might say how to do it.
I'm surprised there.
Stopped it.
For what?
Possibly saying that the action started outside the area.
She's about to rip the girl's arm off.
Yeah, tough one.
Okay, we'd have to see where that action started.
Well, the Tashiwaza certainly started in, but perhaps the Newaza started out. See, they're out now in Newaza, but it did start in the throwing movement. So halfway through, and the Hungarian ahead by Wazari. It's a small margin.
Be interested to see that.
I guess that's a drop down into a attempted Kansetsuwaza arm lock. Yeah, they're playing on the edge. And they've given that to Gershak, saying she reversed it. Yes, she did.
Easily.
She anticipated that Tatami movement, which the Kazaki has done a number of times, and rode it and drove her into the ground beautifully for another score.
It sounds very painful when you put it that way.
Well, it is painful to be scored against. Now she's walked out, so they are playing the edge game a bit there, but they've not been penalised for it so far. And another Kosoda.
That one's
Beautiful.
flat. Is he called Mate?
Well, that's unfortunate. Now, what's happened here? They've taken... Have to look at that one again to say where it stopped and started. They need to adjust the scoreboard here. They've taken an extra Wazari off, I'd think. That's better. Oh, yeah. This time Gerjak's tried to pick her up at that predictable coming in movement. It's that left-right exchange. Hasn't pulled it off, but it looked like potentially spectacular.
Putting on a show here, Gershak.
Now, I missed what the referees were doing, looking at another part of the action, but there are now 3 Wazaris on the board for Gershak. So perhaps they've looked at that Kosoda that was deemed out, and there's another Kouchi. Has that started in? 4 Wazaris now. Gershak's on top of this left-right situation, very comfortable in this position and scoring. There we go, Uchimata, and out of that, Kouchigari takedown again for another Wazari. And the Kazaki just not getting the purchase to score with that drop down Tatami. Contest slipped away, 4 Wazaris, 3 seconds to go. And that's it. Good win for Hungary.
Mascot likes it.
I'm glad all the fans with those horns don't barrack like this for the other players from the 130 countries at this event. It'll be a long, noisy day. Good win for Hungary. That's going to excite the home crowd. Give them something to hope for. Big sport in Hungary that's been on the news, well appreciated by the people here. And the highlights now, some of the scoring actions. The Kosodo, the lift, and the reversal. It was a solid workout for Gershak, but nevertheless she was superior and takes confidence into the next round.
Coming onto the mat now, the second round of the under 90 kilo category for men. Axel Clerget of France faces Sebastian Temesi of Australia. It's Clerget in the white judogi, Temesi in blue. And we'll try and keep a lid on Paul Nelson's emotions in this particular contest.
Certainly, Sheldon. Know Sebastian very well. Actually, he's a Hungarian lad, Australian citizenship. So he's somewhat of a local also. And attempting the turnover with the Frenchman. Frenchman on the knockdown straight into the Sun Gaku. So typical of the French fighters.
So maybe he'll have some support locally.
So common at this level, the left-right exchange. And Temesi picking up Shido.
Referee not impressed with the gripping, I guess, and attacking. There's just a simple spin around by the Frenchman that puts him into a favourable position though for an Awaza attack. So important to dominate the exchanges and exclude the opponent's attacking actions. The French do it very well. Circling now around from the corner of the mat, backing the opponent up to the side. And a good Kawuchi attempt by Sebastian, but didn't have the top, couldn't rotate onto the back. Now the Frenchman's on his arm, and he's scrambling to get it out. Oh, he's got it, he's tapping. Oh, it's so quick by Clerget there to get the arm. I guess that's a difference between the highly trained, I guess, competitive players who fight at an intense level in Europe. Slightest opportunity, they take it. They know they've got to finish quickly and take any opportunity. It might be the only one they get. And possibly that's where the folks in the countries without that intense competition, such as in Australia, just miss that contest edge.
We'll have a look at some highlights here. Here's the one on the arm that Paul was talking about.
So a sad exit first round for Tamizi. Or actually second round, having a bye into the second round fight with Clerget. And that looks very painful. Next up on mat 2, Marshtan, United Arab Emirates, and Klemert in the blue from Czechoslovakia. Well, both players feeling their way, not really settling into one grip pattern, keeping it moving, trying to stop the other player from settling. 30 seconds down. Right-left standoff, battle for the sleeve or the other side. Oh, poor, no rotation there on the drop down. Thinking about the Yoko Satemi. And lack of rotation there, earning the checker penalty. A good Kawuchi by Marshtan to take the other player down, but no score given. Here it is again. One leg, one arm. And that one arm on the top, just allowing Klemmer to rotate out of the Kawuchi and avoid the score. And he's got the grip. Oh yes, he's rotated him around, put him flat on the back. And they've given Ippon. Great win for Klemmer.
Clement stayed with his man all the way there, followed him, and Marchetan couldn't get off it. So it's Clement of the Czech Republic who goes through to round 3.
Here it is again, arm under the head, gets the close upper body contact, rotates all the way around, and keeps the control all the way through that big movement. He's gone at least 180 degrees. There's a beautiful lift.
That's the Harboretti lift that you were talking about.
Yes, all the way around. Nearly a full circle, probably 3/4 of a circle in terms of directional change. Great technique.
Coming on to the mat now, Toni Miletic of Bosnia-Herzegovina faces Ushangi Margiani of Georgia, It's Militech in the white judogi, Margiani in blue.
2 Georgians in this event, Sheldon. And certainly the Georgians have big hopes today.
And it could come from either of them. Margiani is absolutely no slouch, and I think the other judoka that you're referring to is Beka Kviniashvili.
I was.
So they may be looking at him as well. It could end up with both of them on the podium, of course.
Margiani looking fairly comfortable here. Just biding the time, I get the impression. Comfortable in the left-right situation with the back grip. Saw him attempt the underhook there on the sleeve side. Looking for that upper body contact. Usually heralds a big attack. So a drop down Tatamiwaza there by the Georgian. Not a typical thing, and certainly not close enough to be effective. Enough in it though for the referee to regard it as a serious attack. And drop down upon Sioe from Militech. Now I see the Georgian with a favourable grip. Militech knows it and bustling his way out of the unfavourable situation. And Margiani taking a bit of time there. Looks like he might have hurt his foot. Wincing a bit. Some of the players, of course, in the lead up to these events, they've taken a battering in the training, and you just hope they can focus and push through the aches and pains and show their best judo. So close contact, arm over the back, and Militech is uncomfortable in that position. He's got to go and do something, and he did. And now he finds himself on the back, the Georgian underneath. Can he do the lapel rollover? No. And Margiani now on 2 penalties. That's a very unfavourable position. Here he goes over the back, and Militech goes first. Bad position to attack from, but nevertheless stopping the Georgian from a scoring technique or an attack himself. So going first and blocking the other player out of the event. Koshiwaza attempt there by the Georgian. Probably needs another one now to ensure no penalties. Up against the edge. Now Militech dropped down. Will that be regarded as a false attack? It was really a desperation attempt to avoid being taken out.
Looked okay. Not the strongest of efforts, but looked all right.
The Georgian attacking now the Kouchi, and that should score. Indeed. Putting Margiani ahead. 50 seconds to go in the event. Long reaching Kouchi tap on the back of the ankle. And that's changed the mismatch totally. So Militech now having to come forward and get the score. 40 seconds remaining. Trying the Sionagi. Hand over the back from Militech, and Margiani goes first. Not much rotation in that drop down there by Margiani. Now we've seen some matches won in the last dying seconds of the of the contest, so it's a mistake to lose concentration at this stage. Now drop down by the Georgian. Tatami attempt. Last exchange perhaps, 9 seconds. Attack by Militic. Blocked by the Georgian and no score. So a win to Margiani by, you could say, a small margin. And he doesn't look 100%. He's carrying some sort of pain in the leg. He doesn't look happy.
Georgian doctor will have to sort that out once they get him back down into the warm-up area. But we're only in round 2, so with 4 rounds of judo, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, you're going to be tested and taking injury through
That
now
length of time, yeah.
increasingly harder and harder to sustain the sort of performance you need to be successful. So let's hope it's not too serious and it's superficial pain.
So Ushangi Margiani of Georgia overcomes Toni Militic of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and it's the Georgian who
Here's
goes...
the highlights. And there's the Kawuchi. Long reaching Kawuchi. That won the match for the Georgian.
Right, coming up next on mat number 2, Abderrahmane Benhamadi of Algeria faces Lee Jae-young of the Republic of Korea. It's Benhamadi in the white judogi, Lee in blue.
Now, is it fair to say Lee is relatively unknown, Sheldon?
The South Koreans had, for quite a long time, a wealth of players at their disposal in that weight category. Lee was not one of them. So hasn't had as many outings as some of the others, and I would go with that. Not seen as often on the circuit as some of the previous representatives.
Nevertheless, he's been selected in this division from a strong judo country, so interesting to see what he can do. Korean coach indicating, show us a big one. Show us your trademark Korean Seonagi, Kapsadetsu Konegoshi. Time to open up. But Algeria are a country that's probably increasing in strength in judo and experience. Ties with France. A lot of opportunity to train with Europeans. And a good Uchimata attempt there. Now Lee's on the sleeve. Now he's changed to the collar. Forward and back combination by Benhamadi. Just looking for Ashiwaza opportunity. Lee doesn't seem to be dealing with the distance at this stage so well, but so he's gone over the back. Hasn't found the grip position he wants to launch a trademark attack. What's he going to improvise with to exert superiority in this match? on the sleeve and back. He wants. Benamati pushing it off easily. Seems to be at a bit of a loss to find a position to attack from. Either player, really.
Little over half a minute left to go. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Lee not able to, as Paul was saying a little bit earlier on, show us any of that kind of classic South Korean judo that we've come to expect.
And a nice attack by Benamati, and he scored. And that's probably it. Realistically, after what we've seen then, that's probably it for the match. Unless Lee can pull something spectacular out of the bag now. I guess you'd call it Tai Toshi action. Perhaps Sia Toshi. Lee coming forward. What's he going to do if he gets that back and sleeve grip? Osoto attempt. Benamati just pushing it off. Too late for the Korean to try a Tai Toshi.
Well, maybe that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen Lee Jae-young out on the circuit that often, because he wasn't able to get past the 32-year-old Benamati, who, if truth be told, hasn't done a great deal. Okay, he's won the African Championships 3 times, but he's never, taken anything on the IJF World Tour. He's taken this contest here, however, and that will please him, a win in round 2 of the World Championships. So happy days for Abderrahmane Benamati of Algeria as he goes into round 3. He'll face Ushangi Margiani. It's a nice finish there as well.
It's a nice Toshi, and he's got the rotation at the end of the movement, just here, to get Lee onto the back for the score. We're at 32. Good on him. One for the experienced guys. I won't say the old guys.
Coming up next, Islam Boboyev of Kazakhstan faces Nemanja Maidov of Serbia. It's Bozbayev in the white judogi, Maidov in blue. Bit of a pull round from this pair to get things going as they settle on grips from which they can work from, but slightly bent over. Both have their sleeves trapped, so not a great deal going to happen from here. Won't be long before the referee stops it. He says sorry, but neither of you are doing a great deal, so
excessively blocking.
Yeah, let's call a halt to that. Well, they've taken unorthodox grips and not used them. The taking of an unorthodox...
Nice Uchimata attempt. Yes, and at the start of the contest, Sheldon, the referees will give some tolerance, but obviously if you've got a negative situation which is blocking any progression, they will intervene.
Next fight, second round for number 19, Victor Ayako.
Well, both fighters have picked up penalties. Plenty of time on the clock, so won't be too worried about that. Little right-sided effort from Bozbayev just brings Maidov down onto his front. And there's no score.
So that's good attacks by both players. Bozbayev there first with the Sianagi, then followed up with the Tai Toshi. It looked dangerous.
Yeah, he went across, he got a nice shape, right-sided. Just couldn't finish off. Minute and a half gone. They're just settled now a little bit.
It's interesting, Maidov swapped there from left-right to right-right. got his fist up, so that fist upward allows the elbow to come up and get in for the Uchimata rather than being pushed out. It's not the classic position that you learn the technique from, but it's certainly a way to penetrate a tough gripping situation at this level.
These are all second round contests in the under 90 kilo category. The third round beginning to fill up now as we complete most of the contests.
And Maidov might have found the formula here. He's got a strong top grip, a right grip, and yeah, I think Kazaki there is going to get a penalty for that.
Yeah.
So perhaps a good tactical change there from Maidov, giving him the superiority.
Yeah, Bozbayev
and left Sioe drop down attempt from Maidov, not really settling into a predictable pattern, which has got to help him as well. What were you observing, Sheldon?
Bozbayev ducked his head underneath, and Maidov had moved the grip up nice and high. So the second that he felt that pressure and he made the move, his head went underneath, and Maidov just left the arm there because he knew that was going to draw Bozbayev the penalty. A little bit like Bernadette Graf, just leaving it there because it's uncomfortable. They want to get away from that, and he committed the error. Bit of tactics, but clever.
And Maidov now with what you could call a Korean grip. Collar on high back. He's in a good dominant position here. He should do something with it. And the referee stops it. So Maidov's reading it that the Kazaki will get the penalty for being overly defensive. Hello. Another visit to the commentary position.
I think it's clever from Maidov, and the reason for that is he's put himself in a position where it's awkward for Bozbayev to attack. Maidov also can't attack, so he's going to look passive. So what will happen is both players should pick up penalties.
That's right. I mean, you can't just take a dominant position and not use it, but it's paid off this time for Maidov.
Yeah, so Maidov realizes, okay, if I make it really difficult here and I look passive, Bozbayev won't be able to attack, nor will I, but I can afford to take a Shido. So even if Smolin had indicated a Shido to Maidov, he would have given one to Bozbayev anyway, and that would have been the end of it. It's not the nicest way because he's really drawn two Shidos on the back of some tactical play. But given that it was going to be difficult to get anything going, he decided that's the route I'm going to go down.
Maximum efficiency principle of judo, perhaps.
Worked out for him. Right, coming up next, I'm going to work this one out. It is Keltos Williams Abiola Dosoyovo of Benin, and he's up against Iyal Lebo of I think it's the Ivory Coast.
Let me check that. I think CIV might be Ivory Coast, but it's a good scoring technique at the start, at the outset. We'll just get back to you on the country there.
No, that's okay. We'll find it here.
Nice left Moroto Siyanagi there.
No, it's the Democratic Republic of Congo. That one. Sorry about that. Close, but no biscuit. I did, however, get Mr. Dosuvovo's full name in.
And that was the full name.
There were about 6 of them there. I'm not sure how many times I'm going to be introducing him at the World Championships, so I thought I'll do him the honour. Give it the full Monty. Tried to go left-sided with that Yoko Sotemiwaza effort, Mr. Lebo, but
there's the highlight.
That was nice.
Left Moroto Siyanagi, yes, very nice. So if you're up against a player that can do that, that's certainly a cause of concern.
I wonder how much tape he goes through. Lebo. Look at his fingers.
Oh, yeah.
Massive tape on there, look. Every finger. taped up to excess, the extreme. Oh, that's nice.
So that's nice. That's the other direction.
Yeah. Good score.
Well, sometimes it's preventative, the taping. Sometimes it's necessary to support injured fingers. But sometimes, with a lot of training in wet judo suits and so forth, it's easy to tear the skin off. So to protect and that becomes then problematic.
Uncomfortable.
And another one
again.
Nearly got him off the other side, but I'm not sure if he did enough to get him on the back then.
I think it's a score.
Easily could be a score. Did his back? Yeah, yes. Across the top of the shoulders. That's a good score.
It's another one. It's just Wazari, but I think it's good enough to add.
Well, it wasn't. Well, it was rolling, and it wasn't flat force onto the back, which would constitute the ippon. So that makes it Wazari.
Wazari is good for me. I'm not sure why LeBeau is concerned here. Nope. No score given. You've got two already. A third isn't going to make much difference. I'd have liked to have seen him a score given there.
It's hard from the angles. Constantly we're surprised what a different camera angle will show. And perhaps another angle would have shown the shoulders didn't really touch the mat convincingly.
Yeah, quite right.
Now, LeBeau's wearing an IJF judo suit also. Possibly his own suit didn't get through the judogi control at the outset of the contest.
That's right.
So for some players, that's quite disconcerting not to have your own kit or judogi. It feels different. It works slightly different. Now both players with two shidos. And another Tsuyanagi attempt, this time off the so-called wrong side, and it should be a score. Yes.
Got to be a little bit careful here, the referee, because she's slipped up a couple of times in lining the judoka up on the wrong side when they're restarting the contest. The player in the white judogi starts on her right. But on the last two occasions, she's allowed them to start off the other way round and given a penalty when they've been standing in the wrong places.
That's very difficult for the scorers to interpret.
Yeah,
that.
the scorers.
Yes.
See, look, he's gone again. Look, you've got the player in blue.
Yes.
The wrong way round. Yeah, and now she's realised it. Okay. I mean, I know it's a small thing, but I like to keep these things, in the right place.
Well, it makes it clear who's getting the penalty or the score. But of course, they don't have to go back to the position for the mate, for the hajime after a mate, but as long as the right person gets the right score.
When she calls mate, they've got to go back to their start points. White goes to white, blues go to blue. You can't just start anywhere. Correct. At any time.
Correct. But you see them starting, if there's not a score or a penalty, you'll see them starting before they get back to the start point.
3 scores for LeBeau. Time ticking away now. And it's the Congolese who goes in to the third round. He's going to face Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. We've seen him a couple of times already. That is a toughie. Majdov has already defeated Gonzalez and then Bozbayev of Kazakhstan. So LeBeau has got a handful in round 3. We'll have some highlights and then we'll be back with Zachary Burt of Canada. He's up against Samuli Vitanen of Finland. It'll be Burt in the white judogi, Vitanen in blue.
And the left Moroto Suyanagi dropped down.
Right, we're underway with Burt and Vitanen.
Straight away, both players have gripped. Vitanen just changing a little from the sleeve to the collar, the left arm, getting the under grip. Feeling the way with the foot. And there we go. Skip in Taitoshi, stepped over by the Canadian there and looking for the Uchimata, so both tentative attacks, just feeling the way still. Not enough going on for the referee. Both get a passivity warning and penalty. Straight away the fins in, attempted Uchimata. Again, just exploratory on the Newaza by the fin. Not wanting to expend the energy in a difficult situation. Now the Canadian opens up a little. And yes, good Uchimata by Burt.
Well, the referee's called an ippon for that one, but for me, that's the first one that I've seen Nutsubidze call poorly, because he rolls him.
It was a rolling action, but so it's waved down to Wazari, but nevertheless, that's got to upset the Finn. He's got to be worried about that now.
Oh yeah, I'd be upset.
I'd be less upset because it's been waved down from Ippon, and now backward attack from Burt, stepping over the Finn's, I guess, Taitoshi. Now he's into the turnover that we saw used effectively yesterday by the People's Republic of Korea athlete. And a solid Osikomewazi there. And that's a good win to Burt. Win by Ippon. Canada progresses to the third round.
Yeah, things going along nicely. We started with a few Ippons, and I think we've got a nice mix between the different categories that we're looking at. The under 90 kilo category, and then we've got a mix of 78 and under 70. Well, we've got one more contest in Pool C in the under 90 kilo category, and it features Celio Diaz of Portugal. He's up against Matthias Kusik of Estonia. It's Diaz in the white judogi, Kusik in blue. The winner of this will face Zachary Burt in round 3.
Diaz getting a bit of a fright there and jumping down onto the ground, I think, just to steady himself. The Estonian got under him then, and that is important for Diaz to find his balance.
He comes up with some spectacular throws, does Diaz.
Such as that. Looks like an Osoto, and then it's an inside hook somehow on the leg. And he's rolled the Estonian over and made a score out of driving the upper body. So it's like a wrong side Osotogari. It's taken the near leg rather than the far leg. Left drop down Sianagi attempt by the Estonian. Left-right situation. Diaz has got the better of the sleeve with his right hand. And now Diaz tries the drop down Sianagi on the right. Kusik, I'm not sure how he's going to overcome the speed and reach of Diaz. He's very explosive, Diaz.
Threatening all the time, isn't he? He just looks as though any second now he can unload.
Like that. Now you'd call that an Ouchigari, a hopping, driving backward hopping Ouchigari for another score. Was Ari given. Just making Cusack work and burn off more energy to avoid the hold down.
Has he had to tap out there? Or did he escape? Yeah, he escaped.
Look at that. He's straight into the hold down. Cusack does well. He's got to undo the grips and very tight control on the ground up the end of that scoring action. And Cusick's got the top grip, but it's not. There we go. Nice drop down left Sianagi. Left Ippon Sianagi. Now, if he can just tighten up the shoulder there and rotate a bit more, he would have scored there. And he's been able to do that. Possibly Diaz just leaving a space enough for him to do that and releasing the grip pressure. So, and then one back from Diaz, not as penetrative or not getting under as much. I get the impression Diaz is opportunist. He'll look to score there, but he's not really expecting to score from those as much as the reaching Osoto Ouchi that he's doing. Oh, nice Kauchi looked knocked down by Kusik. Obviously got Diaz moving the way that suited him. But no score. Left drop down Ippon Sianagi again by Kusik, and that's a good attack. It's looking good. Now Diaz will have to get back in the game with the attacking. Although probably feels comfortable because of the two Azaris ahead that he has. One minute 30 to go in this contest. And nice Hisaguruma by Diaz. Straight into the Osakomi Waza. Good pressure and Osakomi given. And I don't think Cusick's coming out of this. Ippon. So a good win to Diaz. Good attacking judo. Overcoming a tough Estonian opponent.
Yes, it's Diaz who goes through to round 3. As I said, he'll face Zachary Burt in that round 3 contest. I'll very quickly tell you in Pool C what our round 3 lineup is. Axel Clerget of France will face David Klamet of the Czech Republic. It'll be Ushangi Margiani of Georgia to face Abderrahmane Benhamadi of Algeria. Nemanja Majdov of Serbia will face Eyal Lebo of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then Zachary Burt and Matthias Kusik will bring up the rear in the last of those contests. Coming up next will be round 2 in the under 78 kilo category. It'll be Audrey Chermio of France to face Zarina Raifova of Kazakhstan. Chermio in the white judogi, Raifova in blue. How did that happen? Round 2, Chermio and Raifova of Kazakhstan. We saw Raifova earlier on. I can't remember who it was that she defeated now. That one escapes me immediately. Oh yeah, Jacqueline Usnayo of Chile. Beg your pardon. Missed that one completely.
Nice actually was a combination from Tachimo to knock Raifova down. Tachimo just holding the sleeve there and pushing it across Raifova's body there, just keeping the pressure on Raifova until she's got her own grip now. So she's got sleeve and top. The Ashiwaza is dangerous, and Raifova's got the head down, and will need to do something. Now she's got the back, she's dragging down. Sumigaishi, Odatori-gaishi, Ippon, given.
It's that overhead angle that's got you again.
There it is.
It gives Wazari.
I call it Odatori-gaishi. And Ippon given.
He gave Wazari.
Wave down.
He didn't wave it down. He gave Wazari, but the camera is looking over at the top.
Ah, thank you, Sheldon.
So it's done you again.
I'm cross-eyed. So rolling action, I guess, assessed by the referees. Nevertheless, comprehensive throwing by Tachimo, and Raifova must be feeling nervous and wondering how to counter this dominance of the Frenchwoman. Tachimo looking very comfortable. Skipping around. Ah, look at that. Wrong side Taitoshi. Straight into the dominant Osakomi position, but Ippon given. Great rotation. Tapped the near leg and rotated it across with the dominant top grip. Great win to Tachimo.
Well, Audrey Chermio takes her place in the quarter-final. We'll see her when that comes up. We won't be missing that one, that's for sure.
Here it is again, the Taitoshi wrong leg, rotated with the top grip, beautifully onto the back. Very good technical display by Tachimo here.
Now, we were talking about who had the most difficult draw, and coming up next on mat number 2 will be Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. She faces Bernadette Graf of Austria, and the winner of this will face Audrey Chermio in the third of the quarterfinals. So for me, Aguiar has the toughest draw, having defeated Clara Apotheker in round 1. She now faces Bernadette Graf in round 2, and in the first of the quarterfinals, the winner has to face Audrey Chermio. So this really is the toughest route. It's Aguiar in the white judogi, Graf in blue.
And it's left.
Graf's got to get clever here and put in an attack. Doesn't want to fall behind on Ashido here. I appreciate that she's fighting an extremely strong, physically strong fighter, and that's not where you want to be. Aguiar is just too powerful a fighter to be risking it down there.
Well, she's got the leg.
Yeah, just lucky to grab hold with the leg, both legs and both arms now, so that wasn't going anywhere. Got to learn from that first exchange. Aguiar's got the power game. Don't stand still. Get moving, keep knocking up the door, keep tapping away. Little attacks, doesn't matter. Grip and go, don't stand there. She's just going to overpower you.
And we saw that tactic yesterday by the new world champion for Germany, Alexander
Visacek.
Visacek, yes. Just rattling and unsettling the stronger, more experienced opponents.
Graf falls behind.
Constant attack and destabilisation. So you commented before, Sheldon, these players of similar style or stature and physicality, but Aguiar with the more experience and the better record, probably looking a bit more cool here. With Graf certainly trying to find a way to penetrate her stance and balance and the strength of her grip.
When you're undersized in the weight category, the last thing you want is to be up against one of the strongest, physically strongest in the weight category. This is what's in front of Graf at the moment.
True. And you don't want to be drawn into close contact. You want to keep moving and keep space.
It's the second time she's been in that position.
So left standoff. What are we going to see here?
Graf can't afford to get involved in this kind of battle because the referee is going to penalise both of them for passivity.
So Aguiar changed her grip there. I guess she was just content to ride it out. But now she gets the passivity warning and penalty, but Graf's on two.
And Aguiar's happy with that.
Yes.
You know, if you're not going to... Aguiar's thinking must be, if you're not going to test me with what I know you're really good at, which is uchimata and the leg techniques and the throwing techniques, I'm just going to close you down and we can make a physical battle, and at some stage you're going to fall behind on penalties.
Or I'm going to pick you off when you make a mistake.
She hasn't threatened her in Neerwaza either.
No.
2 occasions they've gone to ground, Graf's had to leave it, so the plan is... And now she picked up a gripping penalty. That was an error on Aguiar's part.
Okay, so this will make it a bit more interesting in the last minute. Okay, she's got the dominant grip. What can she do? Expect a couple of taps on the leg and then something to come after that. Oh, that's a spare tap on the leg. Fantastic. Unusual to see a sasay with the rotation from that stretched out position, but certainly she did that well.
You need something in order to bring off that kind of technique.
Yeah, and you wonder why she was so comfortable in that position. And that's why. She's most comfortable in that position and knew she could throw like that from there.
Yeah, when the power was required, there it was. Look at the top half.
Here it is again. It's like she blocked the leg and then rotated her body with Graf's body coming with her.
There is no moving target here.
Yes.
There's no moving target. It's far, far easier to shoot down someone standing still than when moving.
Absolutely.
And Graf, there was insufficient movement throughout the whole contest to trouble Aguiar and get her out that comfort zone. I'm the stronger one. I'm okay. I can dominate you when we're here. Oh, no, I'm not moving. Graf didn't move either. The number 1 seed, the world number 1, Elvis Mar Rodriguez of Venezuela, is on the mat now. She's up against Kwon Sung-yong of the People's Republic of Korea. It's Rodriguez in the white judogi, Kwon in blue.
And previously, Kwon has overcome Chantel Wright of the USA, but I don't think she'll find this match as comfortable. Rodriguez testing there with the drop down Sode Tsurukomigoshi. And now Kwon in first with the Uchimata hopping it through, and Rodriguez looking for the tip, the jump over the back. Sakeshi. Rodriguez just maintaining the dominance with the sleeve grip, the end of the sleeve there, happy to get that grip. Two sleeves now, and drop down Tsurukomigoshi position. I've seen that a lot from the Korean women over the years. Had great success with that technique. Has the effect of keeping the opponent at distance. And if you can do something with that, it's most difficult for your opponent to do something in that situation. Now the Korean closes the gap. Looks for the Uchimata, the left Uchimata. It's spoiled by Rodriguez. And she tries to drop down herself. And as soon as she's up, Rodriguez has tried one. So it doesn't look like there'll be any danger of passivity penalties here.
They're both busy fighters.
Good gripping. Kwon settling for the top grip. Rodriguez trying to pull her in. Kwon goes first with the left drop down Seonagi. Referee halts the action out of the area. Now reaching Osada right across there from Kwon. Not effective. Now the Uchimata.
Good cover up in the end after the attempt failed. It was strong enough just to have Elvisma Rodriguez defending, and she just...
But not counter-attacking.
But not getting a counter-attack. That's the first thing you've got to do. Your attack must be strong enough to make your opponent defend. You've got no chance of being called for a false attack then. However, if it fails, you better cover up quickly. Rodriguez is pretty sharp. Kwon's done a good job here, because this is the one fighter who Rodriguez has not seen previously. She knows them all. She's the world #1. She's the #1 seed here, and Kwon is into the last minute against her and giving her something to think about.
Indeed, and then saw Kwon there actually giving a bit back to Rodriguez and holding her two sleeves. And as soon as the grips changed, she went around the head for the Uchimata.
And that thinking about something has just slowed her down a little bit, and she's picked up a penalty for passivity. So a slight advantage.
Good work by Kwon to make her back off. There again, the Korean on the two sleeves. And the drop down. And again. And now one from Rodriguez.
Had to, yes. Yeah, she had to come back with something. Yeah. Clever work here. It's just a question of, do you put your foot down completely now and try and see off Rodriguez with a few well-placed attacks to draw a penalty in the golden score period, because she's already got one.
Uchimata, dangerous. Kawachi.
Or do you risk it?
Both have gone down. Right on the end of normal time, they've both gone down. possibly too hard to assess. Good Shimada, Uchi. Ooh. One of those ones the referees like to wave off, but straight away the Quan on the arm there you could see as well. So I think Rodriguez has scored. Unbelievable. She did take control of the action, but they both fell together. I couldn't say which one hit the ground first. That's very lucky for Rodriguez. Yes, wait a sec. Yeah, they're having a good look at that.
Right. This is an instance where the reading of the rule has to be
important.
Right, because you have to know what that rule is.
And that new rule is designed for this situation, Sheldon.
Well, that rule says that in the event of an attempted Tsutemi waza,
they've given it to Quan
as a counter, who hits first will be scored against. That's the rule.
Correct. Or no score.
There's the Uchimata effort. And
so
then
Quan was the initiator. Rodriguez has grabbed it and tried to drive it back. The Uranagi action.
But as a result of this movement from Quan, it's the Koji that takes it down.
It is. Well, Rodriguez hit the ground first, I guess. Most of her hit the ground first. So perhaps that's the correct reading of the rule. It's a pity they awarded it the other way first. That's just
that was
controversial when they do that.
But it could be that the scoreboard operator pressed the wrong thing.
Possibly.
There's going to be plenty of debate about that, but the world number one goes out in her opening contest. She had a bye in the first round, but her opening contest, and out she goes. That's really unfortunate, the young Venezuelan. Right, Quan goes through to the third round. We've got Roxanne Taymans of Belgium on the tatami now against Jovana Pekovic of Montenegro. It's Taymans in the white judogi, Pekovic in blue.
Pekovic opening up with the left drop down Siranagi, shoving the action. Taymans now looking for Newaza. The turnover. Pekovic has got the leg. Taymans attacking the arm. But very early in this contest. A nice drop-down technique there from Taymans before Pekovic could get the hands on. She's dropped under. And now attacking the arm into the Jujigatami position, but leg's not tightly enough around the arm. Pekovic has been able to trap a leg. He can still do a good Jujigatami from this position, but it's just more difficult. And it doesn't look like she's got the purchase under the arm enough to be providing the leverage fast enough for the referee not to stop this. And so they stand again. And the same pattern again. Taymans taking the collar and dropping underneath, and Pekovic now having to find a way to attack first to avoid further penalty. Pekovic will have to go up and get the grip. Now she's got the collar and the sleeve, and she attacks left off a more or less right grip, and it was a good attack. Nearly rotated Taymans. So Taymans have to be careful about that one. That's a good attack. Just didn't get the hips up enough under to guarantee the rotation at the end of the movement. And that's been assessed as Wazari. The referees have scored there, putting Pekovic ahead. And another drop, and changed the direction backwards, but just sitting Taymans down. No score. Timon's having to come forward. What can she do from here? Pekovic spoils the opportunity. Time lost, time ticking down now. Timon's will have to come forward, get the grip, put the attacks in. And another drop down. Sianagi, that's enough. She's continued the movement. It's enough. Scores are even. Here we are, drop down Sianagi on the right and keeps driving with the legs, and there's the rotation onto the back. Good score. Now it's anyone's match. And good movement from Pekovic, but not having the rotation, but good to make a forward attack like that out of that situation. There she goes again. Taman's now on the, looks like on the collar for the Shimiwaza attack. Didn't have the collar under the neck. "20 seconds left in this match in normal time. We get the impression both players can throw and can score. And there, Taman's first with it. Oh, yes. Drop down Sianagi. I'd say that's won it for her. 5 seconds to go, and she's got the Wazari. It's 2-1. And too late for Pekovic. That was a tough match. Well contested, very even.
Good effort from Pekovic. Just the one score to Taman's over and above what Pekovic had put out up until that point. Nice and even.
So Belgium through to round 3 of the women's under 70 kilogram contest.
Well, we're going to stay with the under 70 kilo category. Coming up next, Kim Seong-yeon of the Republic of Korea faces Lisa Dollinger of Germany. It's Kim in the white judogi, Dollinger in blue.
Next one, 73, the second round for women under 70 kilograms. On the right,
What are your thoughts on this match, Sheldon, at the outset?
Well, the Germans have already lost one of their under 70 kilo category stars in here. It was Sandra Diedrich. She's already gone out. But Kim Seong-yeon is just too experienced and too good a fighter for Dollinger to get past. The German has really drawn a toughie here. I can't see her getting past Kim, I'm afraid.
What a beautiful Ashiwaza technique that. I'm surprised if that's not Ippon.
No, she has given Ippon.
Beautiful technique. That's the beautiful, efficient judo.
Well, you asked me and I told you.
Emphatically.
Ask me another.
So why did you put Graf in as the favourite one? Look at that.
Yeah.
Kawuchi countered with Kosoto on the back leg. If you hit the back leg, they're going down. Oh, she just missed it, but there's enough of the leg through and the full body commitment. You won't see a better judo throw than that.
No. That
Whack.
is class.
Yep. Hand control, beautiful.
Right, the next pair of fighters are making their way to the tatami. In the white judogi representing Morocco, it'll be Asma Niang. And in blue, it'll be Souad Belachal of Algeria. Niang in the white judogi, Belachal in blue. And I picked Bernadette Graf. I'll be absolutely, perfectly honest here and say I absolutely love Bernadette Graf. That's why I picked her. My secret is out.
Well, a lot of these players have fans from all parts of the world.
Yeah.
So that's not so unusual.
It's okay. I mean, everybody who knows Bernie will know that she's an absolutely lovable character. She's great, you know. She's got a good judo, and she just hasn't yet settled into that weight category
division
as yet. And we don't know if she's going to stay there. She may go back down to 70, but it's you know, an option, and she's got time to think about it between now and Tokyo, given that the qualification period doesn't start and hasn't started yet. You know, it doesn't start for a while, so why not have a look, see where you're comfortable, and in the event that you need to come back down to 70, then you can do that.
Still some time.
Yeah, she's got time. Maybe a great preparation for her. She'll go up there and get strong and find out what it's like to, you know, have some really tough contests. Not that she doesn't have them at 70.
Yes. Well, I think if you're effective and competitive, and you know, prior to the qualification period, it sets you up well for developing your game during the qualification period. And
have a look, see what's happening, and make your decision.
Ah, beautiful Tatami waza there from the Moroccan. It was a solid throw with a lot of control, but I guess the rolling action makes it a wazari. Here it goes around, hook up, very nice. And I think the Niang here just exerting more dominance. The Algerian more uncomfortable in this grip situation. Following now. Arm at the back. Here we go. Another drop down. This time the Moroccan looking for the Newaza. Perhaps happy enough to just spend a bit of time on the ground. But there's 2 minutes to go. She seems able to get the dominant grip. Let's see if Bella Catal can actually get back into this match, work herself back into a scoring situation. A drop down there, drop down Tominagi, I guess, but easily countered and blocked by Niang. And 2 penalties now to the Algerian. I guess that's the trouble with an ineffective attack. It looks negative to the referee. Another drop down. Possibly wouldn't have chosen that tactic then, after receiving a penalty last time. Now Belakahel trying to make an attack and a scoring situation out of not much. Really has to exert her grips more to be able to throw the what's increasingly looking like a very solid and well-balanced Niang. You get the impression Niang's happy to ride it out and just play it safe. So there's a drop down just on the edge, and you know, I'm not sure you can make it that blatant at this level. It has to be a stronger attack. And this is a bad sign when the referees are asking you to adjust the judogi there. They're just having a think about a terminal penalty on. So Niang ready to go, but won't be needed. And a dominant performance by her, Morocco through to the next round. Now here's the drop down Tatami. Very good top control, heads close together, good grip on the back, pulling the person over.
Just about squeezes out Wazari there.
Indeed.
Right, on the tatami now. Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands faces Sally Conway of Great Britain. It's Van Dijk in the white judogi, Conway in blue.
Drop down Tatami by Conway. Didn't look very effective. Looked as though she's half thinking about attacking the arm, but I think feeling the way. Oh, and a good right Sianagi attempt there by Conway. Conway got the back and the Tatami attacked. She's still got the top. Now she's on the arm. Van Dijk up to that. Conway likes that over the back grip, and here's the Tatami Waza. And if it's not a score, she's still trying to work into the dominant no-waza position. Van Dijk's got the passivity penalty now, having been out-attacked by Conway. Now Conway's in, Kouchi, and then the Obitori Gaishi. Essentially starting with a cross or a left gripping situation and then changing it to a right. And one by Van Dijk, first forward then back. Good attack by her. Conway settled down to, and a good hip attack. Koshiwaza attempt there by Van Dijk. Spoiled Conway's strong right grip situation. Kouchi by Conway. Comes the Sumigaishi. And this one might score. Yes, Wazari given. Conway's gone ahead. Now she's on the arm. Can she straighten it from here? Udigaishi. And Vitorigaishi here. Tatami Waza. Enough on the back that time. Pushing over the top. So Conway ahead with just under a minute to go. She's got one-sided grip here. She's come off. Van Dijk's got the Koshiwaza. And she has to attack. Kouchi attempt. Kouchi, there's the hip technique, and Conway straight away under again for another score. And Osakomi was up now. What a difference 4 minutes of judo makes. Great pressure throughout that contest by Conway, really, to wear Van Dijk down and get the win. Very convincing win by Conway. Coach Kate Howie, herself a world champion, applauding.
Right, let's just bring you up to date then on where we are with that under 70 kilo category. Sally Conway having one out there. Kwon Sun-young of the People's Republic of Korea will face Roxanne Taymans in the first of the round 3 contests. Kim Seong-yeon of the Republic of Korea will face Asma Niang of Morocco. And it'll now be Sally Conway of Great Britain to face the winner of the upcoming contest between Sara Rodriguez of Spain. She faces Maria Perez of Puerto Rico. It's Rodriguez in the white judogi, Perez in blue. And here is Paul Nelson.
So opposing grips, and Rodriguez top grip now over the back and the sleeves. Now she's gone inside. No, back to the sleeve and the top. Drawing in Perez. She's attacked the left drop down Siyanagi, and she's on the arm. And the left Siyanagi attempt there by Rodriguez. Moving now. Perez trying the drop down and then Ouchigari, not really effective, not really committing all of the way yet. Very early in the contest. And a good drop down technique. Siyanagi looked like off the lapels, but perhaps Moroto Siyanagi take Perez ahead now. Wazari ahead. So going first, trapping the Spaniard before the grips were on. As she changed, look at that. Very good technique. Hitting the body right underneath. Back live. Siyanagi by Perez. That one probably just to take the initiative. Rodriguez having to find something now. Sode attempt. Over the back. But Perez attacking her way out of that situation. And a good Uchimata attempt by Rodriguez, but blocked by Perez. And Perez is going to be happy to stay down. Referee stops it quickly. Just under 2 minutes to run the contest. Perez ahead by Wazari. And Rodriguez having to find something. Referee not having Perez blocking out Rodriguez. That penalty saying go positive. Perez just not letting Rodriguez into the game. And Rodriguez has a grip where she can attack. Perez is attacked first. Spanish coach willing a player on, saying break it up, move around, go, change the position. don't settle, make something in the flurry. Yeah, Rodriguez getting the top. So Rodriguez got the dominant position here, but Perez has pushed it off. Rodriguez has to build again. Perez attempting to go first, not getting under that time. And Rodriguez running out of time now. It's 3/4 of a minute to go. The Sode not really got under. And now one from Perez. Perez is happy to try the Newaza. And that's just a loss of opportunity for Rodriguez in that situation. I think she's hoping the referee will say mate, but still has to be wary. That vulnerable situation. Now she's coming forward. 15 seconds to go. Just not able to get under Perez. Perez is going to take the Newaza opportunity, and that's it for that contest. A good win to Perez. Hard fought, but Rodriguez just not finding a way to really be effective in throwing the Puerto Rican. Disappointing then for Rodriguez going out in the second round. And Perez will advance. Here's the highlights. Here's the Seoinage, Seotoshi even. That clinched the fight for Perez. It's a big throwing movement, and Rodriguez there landing fully on her side. And that was the winning technique. It's put Perez of Puerto Rico through to the third round.
Coming up next, Marie-Yves Gahi of France faces the local hero and favourite Göcek Sabina of Hungary. It'll be Gahi in the white judogi, Göcek in blue. It'll be another all-action contest. Gahi was the Junior European Player of the Year. So she's got some pedigree. Göcek may have had that title a couple of times.
Göcek won her last contest before Azaris.
Yeah, she's a busy fighter. There's only one route for her. And that's straight ahead. She'll be emboldened as well by being at home.
Well, the sport's there. You can hear the horns and the crowd cheering, wheeling her on. And I think that action was broken.
Yeah, so do I. There's a little push down, but it was only after Göcek had already sat on her backside. So she's just taking the long way round to gather herself. Maybe it will just be a first-minute onslaught from Gahi, and then she'll settle. These are the perfect body types for 70 kilos.
So she's on the sleeves looking for the left Sodi, Tsurikomi Goshi, and that's dropped down. She rolled. It's mate. So Göcek committed, I think, to trying to attack first like that, but straight in by the French woman for a terrific score. Gahi getting the Kosoto even before the grips were taken. Göcek's looking pretty tired here. It's been a tough onslaught at the start of the match by the Frenchwoman.
This is not her tempo. She's not in control.
No.
Gahi's been given the right information. Don't let her settle. Go for her. You know, make it uncomfortable. And that's what she's doing. She's following the plan. Now, we've seen this with other judoka who have not followed a script. They haven't had any script, you know.
Now, why was that wave down? Just not sure why that would be. The elbow is down first. They've both walked out, but Gahi easily getting the dominant grip position in the exchange of grips. And she's got the penalty for going out.
The reason why that was waved off was that when Gershak goes down, she goes on to her front, and it's going away from her instead of going down onto the side and then onto the back. Onto the side and onto the back is the score. Down and onto the front, they don't give a score. So she just escaped there.
Not enough or no back, despite what it looked like.
Yeah.
So Gershak hang on here.
Looked good to me to begin with as a score.
Certainly. French woman coming forward, putting Gershak under immense pressure. Home crowd really vocal, willing their player to find a score. And Uchimata there by Gahi. It's Mate, no score.
This will be a good time for Gahi to get the score and then begin to apply a different set of tactics, because as it gets longer and longer, Gershak comes into her own. She's a very, very difficult fighter to overcome at the back end of a contest.
Drop down attempt by Gershak. Not close enough to Gahi or with a strong enough grip either to make it dangerous for her.
False attack.
Given a false attack, yes. A bit unfortunate. Probably fortunate she had a chance to gather her breath there at the hair tie. Just think about what's coming next. She's certainly being dominated in the grips. Head to head in the grips, Gahi is all over her. Gershak looked better around the back. Now she can't keep tying her hair like that.
Second penalty.
She's walked out. It's immense pressure now. Kosato attempt by Gahi. Drop down to Tatami. Now the Newaza. Oskomi. Gershak didn't have the energy to resist that.
Well, it's disappointment for the Hungarians, a second round exit from one of their big medal hopes, Gershak. Zabina going out to a much, much more focused and better prepared Marie-Yves Gahi of France.
Well, she looked powerful and impenetrable in that match, Sheldon. Gahi was just too good, too strong.
Too many weapons, Marie-Yves Gahi, for Gershak Sabina to cope with, and that brings Gershak's World Championships to A premature end, unfortunately, for her. Anyway, we're going to move on. We've got another contest in the under 70 kilo category, second round. Diana Kana of Kenya faces Alexandra Samadzic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. It's Kana in the white judogi, Samadzic in blue.
The winner of the Tatami 3 tournament was Suzuki. The next fight, Tatami 3, the second round of the winner of the 70 kg. And the white of Malaysia, Marco Mach. And in the blue for Spain, Maria.
Kana, it is, who picked up the penalty.
Well, I guess they took a grip and didn't do too much. Now she's moving a bit more quickly, but Samadzic opens up. And Samadzic, the Makakomi action, straight into the Kizakatami, Yoshiro Kizakatami. And the hold down counter is on. So Wazari scored. And a strong hold there by Samadzic. Will be the end of Kana's World Championships. And sees Samadzic to advance to the third round. That was a quick match.
Yeah, and I think we gave most of the third round matchups anyway, didn't we? Kwon Sun-young of the People's Republic of Korea will face Roxanne Taymans. Kim Seong-yeon of the Republic of Korea will face Asma Niang. It'll be Sally Conway to face of Great Britain to face Maria Perez of Puerto Rico, and Marie-Eve Gahi of France to face Alexandra Samadzic. That's Pool A and B. Those are the two pools that we're following here on map number 2. We come back now to the next round in the under 90 kilo category. Round 3 it is. And here, coming to the tatami now, is the number 2 seed, Axel Clerget of France. He faces David Klamet of the Czech Republic. It's Clerget in the white judogi, Klamet in blue.
Both players having good wins in the previous rounds, without having expended too much energy. Looking very fresh. Yoko Tomonagi attempt there by Clerget, straight into the Newaza, out of the area. Clement fighting hard, coming forward, even on the ground. Been an intense exchange by both players. Settled for a moment now. Something will happen. They're not going to stand still. Clement's approach has been to attack. Another drop down by the Frenchman. Not very convincing. And earns a penalty for that. Negative attack. So the Kouchi consistently from Clement. Tapping on the leg. Stopping the Frenchman coming forward. Now he's over the back. Osotogari. couldn't change it into the Makakomi from back to front. But a strong attack. So Clerget getting the better of the grips, you could say. Clement looking for the attack on the break, or the change. Perhaps a bit too front on. And Yoko Tominagi by Clerget. I think Clement did enough not to go onto the back to avoid the score, but a good attack. And he's been penalised for lack of attacking. And now it's even with just under 2 minutes to go. And nearly a good Sakeshi, and then straight into the Yoko Tominagi by the Frenchman. So Clement probably, what I said, perhaps a bit too much in front. He's got to watch the movement. As soon as you're moving to the side, Clement's going underneath for the Tominagi. I'm not sure what that was for, Sheldon.
Clerget picked up a penalty for a false attack.
Oh, that was tough. This is a fierce fight. Kawuchi attempt by Clerget. Couldn't get the purchase on the upper body. Clement in a solid position. Clerget having to spin out of it.
Well, Clement's best buddy, Lukasz Kopalik, cheering him on there, the current Olympic champion at under 100 kilos.
And there's another drop down with no rotation, but, you know, I think these guys are trying to throw each other. I don't think that was negative.
Yeah.
Here we go, over the back, and the Czech has turned it.
Yeah.
Clement goes ahead by Wazari with 33 seconds to go.
Shocker.
Number 2 seed in big danger of going out here. And what an effort by the Czech. Now this is going to be an intense 30 seconds. He's got his grips. Uchimata has got to put probably 2 together to throw here.
Strong left arm, pushing.
There we go, the Sianagi.
No. Done now.
Done. Czech's just going to wind the clock down. And why wouldn't you? And turn him over. Good win.
That is a terrific performance from David Clement. Really did exactly what he had to do. Clerget frozen out. Usually such an exciting fighter, just unable to come up with anything today. Round 3 exit, yes.
He was unlucky. He'd attacked, he had good attacks, but just
couldn't get the score on the board.
Clement just spoiled it, and turned the Frenchman's attack into his point. That's Judo.
He's going to take that one on the chin, I'm afraid. It's David Clement of the Czech Republic who goes through to round 4.
Now, Clement's looking pretty good here. Now, are we going to have a look at his potential matchups going forward? And there's in the highlights, there's the scoring technique. Uchimata Sakeshi putting the Frenchman onto the back with his whole body impetus. And that's a good example.
We'll do that in a second. Right now, we'll introduce the upcoming contest between Ushangi Margiani of Georgia. He faces Abderrahmane Benhamadi of Algeria. It's Margiani in the white judogi, Benhamadi in blue.
Let's see, Sheldon, if Margiani has recovered. He had a leg problem in the last round. but he's had a fair break now. It's at least an hour, I think, since we saw him on mat 2.
And with regard to the David Clamet question and whether he could do a Alexander Wyszczak, and come from nowhere to win here, my money is on no.
Okay.
And the reason for that is that there are just too many big guns waiting for him along that way. I think Celio Diaz of Portugal is in there, Nemanja Majdov is in there, and that's just in his pool, in his half, in the lower half. You've still got Tot Christian, Yachiv Imamov, Nikola Sherazadishvili, Mark Ordenthal, Mamadli Mediev. There's a few in there. That's in the half.
I guess it's just got to be fight by fight with a division like this.
We haven't looked
Take
at
each one as
half.
it comes. Yes. So Margiani moving all right, and ahead, if you like, or Benamadi has the penalty for passivity. So Margiani doing enough to put the Algerian under pressure. Haven't seen him open up yet with the big throwing action. Judo's given, both players not getting on with it, pushing the grips off, not really looking to engage, attack. Okay, now they've got the grips. And George around the back, and Uchimata there by the Algerian. Was it stopped? Oh, they're giving Mazzari. So, first part of the action, it's Haragoshi, and that's probably a score there to the Algerian, a good score. Strong Haragoshi there. It's unusual to see such a good attack from an equal grip situation like that. Makes me think Margiani is really not in peak condition. Nevertheless, now he's going busy, using the feet. Now he's got the back grip. Drop down to Tatami was he was able to step up a level and use his feet and his gripping to change the dominance of the Algerian. Benamati taking some time to get up, looking at his hand. Georgian supporters there. Margiani trying to go on the offensive from before the grips, looking for the back, around the body. Benamati trying a switch. Bit ambitious. Minute 29, drop down Tatami by Benamati. Didn't look like rotating Margiani much, but did break up the pattern of play. Faint forward, go back with the Kosado by the Algerian again. Margiani's inside, Kouchi knocked down. Algerian's onto the front of the body. Now Margiani's coming over the back.
Side and back, score. Side, then back, he gets the score.
Yes. Scores are even. Kouchi by the Algerian. Last 35 seconds remaining. Scores even. Anyone's game here. Kouchi by the Algerian. Georgia not getting the grips very quickly. Now he's got sleeve and collar. Algerian attacking. keeping the initiative. Good attacks, and it's reversed by the Georgian.
He's got him.
That's probably going to win it. He's very positive there, Ben Amadi, but Margiani just up to it and waiting for his chance and took it.
Ben Amadi looked to finish it before the golden score period and ended up getting caught.
I think that look, that flash look on the Algerian coach's face probably says it. That's the game. Good performance by Ben Amadi, as you mentioned before, Sheldon, this older guy. Cracking Haragoshi on Margiani during that fight. Now, if Margiani does have a limitation and still a sore foot, he's doing very well. He's getting around the limitations. I think a lot of players have an incredible capacity to. Yeah, he's not moving freely. There it is, the reversal. Look at that very ambitious Osotogari attempt. Just pushed off. Too strong collar and sleeve grip there from Margiani, driving the Algerian onto the back.
Coming on to the mat now, Nemanja Majdov of Serbia faces Jale Lebo of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Majdov in the white judogi, Lebo in blue. This for a place in round 4. Remember, 4 rounds, so plenty of judo still to go. We haven't even approached the quarter-final stages yet. Round 4 stands in front of this pair. Majdov in the white judogi, Lebo in blue.
I saw in the last round, Lebo has a strong Sianagi action, and he can go left and right, but you get the feeling that Majdov's judo is probably up to that. And Majdov has the dominant grip now. Lebo pushing, trying to push it off. And there'll be a penalty awarded here. Majdov dropping down first. And now into the groundwork. Now I think he's going to give this one a good go. Now, is this a strangle? Now, I think he's got a strangle at the same time here. Grabbed the inside of his own sleeve and he's put the leverage, and he's using the hand on the neck of Lebo. And Lebo's panic there. Not strong enough to hold him. I can only think, Sheldon, there's a Hungarian playing down on the other end of the stadium with all the noise that's in the background here. And there's the left Moroto Sianagi from Lebo. A good attack. Easily ridden out by Majdov. A drop down Tatami, again not effective. Majdov looking for Udigarami. Arm lock here. And so it twisted back a long way on LeBeau. LeBeau's other hand was underneath him. He couldn't use the hand to submit. He was in a bad position to submit, and the arm just was locked in a very extended position. So a good win to Maidov. Hopefully LeBeau will recover from that.
Maidov hasn't stopped looking at LeBeau.
No, he's very concerned. He knew that.
Absolutely.
That, you know, it was a hard arm lock. And, you know, it happens, but you hope the referee says Ippon quickly. Player welfare is paramount in this sport. And possibly LeBeau feeling that on the shoulder with the amount of rotation more than the elbow. It's hard to say that with that technique. It isn't a technique that attacks the elbow joint. You're only allowed to attack the elbow joint in judo.
He's managed to stand up.
And he's up and off now. And look, he's going to have a sore arm, but he's going to be all right. And he knows he's been there. It is. Look at that. Straight out, rotating up and around. Yeah, it's funny the way it's put on there. It's very straight. I would have opted for the more conventional figure 4 situation, but Maidov obviously very effective with that technique.
Right, coming up next on mat 2, it's Zachary Burt of Canada. He faces Celio Diaz of Portugal. It's Burt in the white judogi, Diaz in blue.
We saw in the previous rounds, Burt quite controlled, works his way in a position where he threw with very effective Uchimata, whereas Diaz very explosive. And possibly the reach of his legs shocking people that haven't played against him, the way he covers the distance to either get the Osoto across the body or take the near leg instead. So he's going first with a drop-down Siyanagi and nearly rotated Burt, even though he wasn't under his body. Coach there saying good attack. Canadian coach saying keep to the plan, pull him on for the Uchimata. Left, right, Burt's got probably the better grip. Diaz changed his grip to the sleeve now. And he goes under for the drop down Sodi. So Sheldon, I'm reading both these players are confident in themselves, but they're giving the other person a fair bit of respect, but they're both looking for throws. Burt's going to take a bit longer to rope Diaz into a position where he can use that Uchimata. Diaz possibly not wanting to go too close and then happy enough to cover the distance with the long legs. Maybe the driving Ouchi backwards.
I think you had it right when you said at the beginning about Diaz being, you know, a danger man. He has got some spectacular throwing skills. Just a little bit flat-footed at the moment, allowing Burt to slow him down. I think he wants a faster tempo, does Diaz, and he's not getting that at the moment.
Yes. Burt's got some pressure on Diaz's head there, but I don't think Diaz is going over.
No.
Drop down Siyanagi there. Didn't look like it was going to be effective, but gee, it's close to, you know, if you can keep it going and driving with the legs in that position, sometimes the players can't resist the roll.
Yeah, well spotted. It doesn't look as though it's going anywhere from here, but it's the push afterwards.
Pulls the head around and he gets a sort of a rotational action going, and, you know, you can't take that lightly or else it's going to be Rosari. So it's not pretty judo, but it's going to score, you know. And it might mean the difference between progressing and not. So you've got to grind it out in the third round of the World Championships. So Burt now trying to come in, and Diaz not really finding those effective attacks that we saw in the last round. Bert's got the skirt underneath Diaz's chest, but it's too late. So I'd say Diaz is worried about Bert on the ground.
Possible that Diaz is worried about everybody on the ground. may not be his thing. Has he attacked him yet on the ground, Diaz?
I don't think so.
Sure.
Maybe the Sangaku just to previous round. And a drop down attempt by Diaz and not rattling Bert at all. Now Diaz is all power and explosion, but he doesn't look like he's got the endurance factor happening for him here. He's looking tired.
Could be in trouble. There's 1:11 on the clock. This is an unlucky spot. Blocked.
Drop down Tatami, easily blocked by Bert. Diaz tack's not looking effective, but we haven't seen his trademark driving, hopping Ouchigari. So I'm just wondering when, if and why, you know, maybe the big guns aren't he's not feeling they're appropriate here. Left versus right, play off the sleeve. Bert's saying, give me your sleeve, showing frustration. Here he goes over the back now. He's bridged the distance, and Diaz not having it, dropping first. So Diaz is worried about that close position from Bert. He knows Bert can throw him with Uchimata from here, like this. I think Diaz has got to do something, or he's going to get another penalty. Is Wazari ahead? 20 seconds to go. Well, 2 penalties, but now Diaz landed first then. He initiated the technique.
But that's okay. Diaz can't be scored on because he is in that instance, he's the Tory.
He's the thrower.
Yeah.
Bert going for it. He knows second. Oh, nearly pulled it off. Nearly pulled it off. Diaz just long, flexible legs getting off that Uchimata. Look at this. Look at the leg stretch. This is the action before. So that was Diaz's technique. We said was not the one where Bert could score. Rosari waved off.
That was for the one after that. That would have been a second score for Diaz.
Well, a good win to Diaz, but I'd say just.
Yeah. He gave him some trouble, some problems to deal with. But into round 4 goes Celio Diaz of Portugal.
And the Canadian must be disappointed with that. He's not feeling like he really was beaten. Just the smallest of margins. And here are the highlights of that match. Look at that for Sianagi. He's more or less at right angles to him. The hips are nowhere near underneath him, but still he's rotating and driving with the legs and pulling the head back down towards his ankles. That changes the direction a bit and enough to get a score.
We've got the first of the quarterfinals now in the under 78 kilo category. Audrey Chermio of France faces Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. It's Chermio in the white judogi, Aguiar in blue, and straight on to the scoreboard goes Aguiar. Inside the first 30 seconds here with that Kojigari that Chermio found difficult to turn off. Good pressure coming from Aguiar. Just a little bit too far away to make anything of that. Neither fighter really generating anything here. Aguiar comfortable with the Wazari lead. Chiamio is the fighter who's really got to search for something here. Can't afford to allow Aguiar to walk away with this. Minute and a half left to go. Aguiar looking comfortable. Chiamio slightly nullified here, just not able to get herself going and threaten Aguiar with anything, either standing or on the ground, searching for a grip from time to time, coming up with something, and then as soon as she does, Aguiar finds a way to break things up. Aguiar picked up a penalty for an overly defensive posture. And the referee just asked the two fighters to tidy themselves up. Well, there's a little over a minute left to go. Chiamio will have gathered herself during the break to tidy her gi up and thought, I've got to get something going here now, because this last minute is going to tick away very quickly. Wazari the lead for Aguiar. She's been very good at keeping up the rate of attacks and making things difficult, but in this last minute there's no need to risk anything. Chiamio on the belt for quite a long time, and the referee's going to call. Oh, okay, ducked underneath. That was what he saw. Chiamio under the pressure, almost forcing Aguiar to go underneath, but she did. Goes over on the left side. And a second score goes on the board, and Chiamio is tapped out. Not happy, had enough. The second score broke her spirit. After which she decided, okay, it's not going anywhere. This one's gotten away from me. I'll have to come back through the repechage route if I'm going to stand on that medal podium, but this one is done. It's Aguiar who goes in to the second of the semi-finals. Right, we go to the under 70 kilo category now. We're at the top of Pool A, and a third round contest coming up between Kwon Sun-young of the People's Republic of Korea. She faces Roxanne Taymans of Belgium. It'll be Kwon in the white judogi, Taymans in blue, and there is Roxanne Taymans. Have a look at Kwon. Quite a bit taller than her North Korean opponent is Taymans. Both fighters penalised for avoiding to take a grip. That's what that signal was from Jean-Jacques Rosca of France, the referee in the middle for this one. Almost countered there. Taymans a little bit untidy with that entry into Yoko Otoshi. Almost getting caught. Well, she tried that earlier on and was successful, did Kwon, but she didn't get the left leg stretched out far enough to block Taymans. Not her best effort, Kwon. 250 odd left to go. Thought about the Uchimata as another go. Still looking to go, I think, a little bit further over on the left-hand side. That's, you know, it's almost as though she's looking past the Uchimata. But because that right leg of Taymans is close, she's tempted to take that. Have a little stab at that. Kosodagari maybe. Come back inside Uchimata. It's not where she's strongest. The referee's already called mate. This for a place in the quarter-final. Well, that was as close as anyone has come so far. Left-sided effort by Kwon had Taymans hopping around to avoid getting caught. Sode Tsurikomigoshi. Almost caught with the Osodagari, and now she does come back quickly with the Morote Surnagi that catches Taymans. So a lead now for Kwon with 1.5 minutes left to go. And now Taymans coming back strongly. again going over on the left side. She won't want to risk too much, but she's got to keep up the rate of attack. She's picked up 1 penalty. She just wants to avoid getting out-gripped here. Oh dear, Taman's picking up a 3rd penalty. That was a shocker because she definitely didn't have that in the plan. She wanted to attack. It's rare, it's very rare when a fighter who is looking for an attack then gets penalised for a false attack. That's when Taman's went over. Kwon goes through to the first of the quarterfinals. She is going to face the winner of the upcoming contest, which is between Kim Seong-yeon of the Republic of Korea and Asma Niang of Morocco. It'll be Kim in the white judogi, Niang in blue. Oh, that's a terrific Tomoe-nage, really. Need to have another look at it. Maybe it was Sumigeishi. That was really good. From Asma Niang. Caught Kim Seong-yeon absolutely cold. Well, can Niang hold on to that lead for well over 3 minutes? Yeah, Sumigeishi. Whoa. Very nicely executed by Asma Niang. Kim would do well to spend as much time as she can moving Asma Niang. Doesn't want to give the Moroccan time to settle and to conserve energy. Just what Asma Niang wants. 2:22 now. Left to go. Muzari the lead for Niang. Strong effort from Kim. Niang up to defending it. And we're now halfway through the contest. And Niang still leads by that single Wazari. Oh, and another good counter. Niang is on the board for a 2nd time. And there are real problems here. Kim going over for a 2nd score. Definitely not Kim's day up to this point. Scored on with the Sumigeishi, scored on with the Yoko Satemi Waza, and it was good enough to put Kim Seong-yeon on her back. And Asma Niang is off. She's not hanging around. Job done. You're going to have to find me if you change your minds. I'm off. Now, I'm not sure why it is that Kim Seong-yeong is staying around, because this is bang on her back. There's no argument there. Right, coming onto the mat now, Sally Conway of Great Britain faces Maria Perez of Puerto Rico. It's Conway in the white judogi, Perez in blue. There's the most incredible smell of coffee wafting up here, so I feel very lucky. Oh, that is terrific. Maria Perez with the big one. Well, there have been not shocks, but okay, that is a shock. I think it's not the loss, it's the manner of the loss. Absolutely buried there, gets caught. Well, Maria Perez is shocked. She can't believe it. She's into the quarter-final now. We're going to move quickly to the next contest. Marie-Yves Gahi of France faces Alexandra Samadzic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Gahi in the white judogi, Samadzic in blue. Things moving very quickly now. Few Ippons really pushes things quickly as far as the pools are concerned. All of a sudden you find yourself into another round, and quarterfinals now looming large for these fighters. Well, that's a good effort from Samadzic. Just had Gahi defending for a moment. Samadzic almost brought down for a score there, but Gahi still working away on the ground. was a moment there that Samadzic looked as though she just put a hand on that egg to block Gahi. Only briefly, but we shall leave that. Half the contest gone, no score yet, Gahi and Samadzic. And Samadzic from time to time looks as though she's just tucking her head underneath, and got to be a little bit careful there. Right-sided effort from Gahi, but there's no score. A little over a minute left to go. Both fighters attacking enough, but neither fighter able yet to come up with a telling score. Samadzic now picking up a penalty for passivity. There's better grip here from Gahi for a moment, and then she lost it. So the advantage was short-lived, and during that time she couldn't come up with a strong attack. 30 seconds left, single penalty against Samadzic. No score as yet. This for a place in the quarter-final.
The winner of Tatami 3 for Japan, Judo. The next fight, the third round, for winner of the 70 kg, for Brazil, and in blue, for Great Britain, Emma.
Well, no score in this. Well, Koso Tagaki was not deemed good enough to warrant awarding Wazari, so there was no score there, and we're into the golden score period. Samadzic carries that single Shido forward, so an error by her would see her out. A score by her would see a win. He could afford to commit one error and still be in the contest. And that is a score. Just as Samadzic was tiring, Gahi showed that she still had enough about her to come up with a score on the Osodomaki Komi. It was that brought Samadzic down. 45 seconds into the golden score period. It'll be Yves-Marie Gahi. to go into the second of the quarterfinals, where she'll face Maria Perez of Puerto Rico. So Madzic, unfortunately, goes out of the competition. Well, we'll give you the rundown of the quarter-final lineup for the under 70 kilo category as soon as I have it, but we're going to go back to the under 90 kilo category. We've been following Pool C. We saw David Clamert upset Axel Clerget, the number 2 seed in the competition, by knocking him out. Well, that's brought him into round 4 now. And it's Clamert to face Ushangi Margiani of Georgia. It's Clamert in the white judogi, Margiani in blue. Paul Nelson was saying that he thought Margiani might be hampered by a leg injury. Well, that's possible, but he's had a bit of a break in which to tidy himself up and recover, get a bit of treatment from the Georgian team doctor, maybe a bit of strapping or that, freeze spray. In any case, he's on the mat now against Clamert. Clamert getting support from the current Olympic champion at under 100 kilos, who's in the audience watching on. That's Lukasz Kapalik. Clamert would like Margiani to move a little bit more, and it's from the movement that he will look to come up with some kind of effort. But Clamert made his own movement there, and it was one that basically had him lying down flat on his back without any help from Clamert. And as a result of that, he's picked up a penalty for a false attack. We've got 2 minutes left to go. There are 3 penalties on the board. 2 picked up by Clamert, 1 picked up by Clamert, 2 by Margiani, which puts him at a real disadvantage. Yeah, he can't afford another penalty. Maybe that will spur him on and get him into action. Clamert doing the right thing here and moving, not settling. He'd like to stay off that edge if he can. Go to his left. Yep. It was strong enough to warrant being called an attack. Well, that was good from Ushangi Margiani. Just had Clamert moving then, but Clamert almost came up with a counter. Good reaction from the Czech player. Just stay off the edge. He doesn't want to go into the golden score period if they do. And he does come up with a nice koichi gaki, but unfortunately can only sit Margiani on his backside, so no score. And I was just about to say that if they do go into the golden score period, he doesn't want to go in there with a second penalty. Both coaches being advised not to coach once Hajime has been called. Once the referee calls mate, they can coach, but not after he's called Hajime and the contest is underway. I think Clamert is better when Margiani attacks him, and he counters that kind of bear hug. Hopping Uchimata. Oh, it's going to be a score, yeah. I know it's not the nicest or most attractive, but he does push him down and onto his back. Chance for one attack. Oh, that is desperately, desperately sad for David Clamet. He did all the hard work, and right at the end of that contest was caught by Ushangi Margiani, who just sat down and pushed him down onto his back. Wazari was given, and unfortunately for Clamet, yeah, his chances of progressing further disappeared. It's Margiani who goes in to the quarter-final. Yeah, he takes that over. He just sits down. He's thinking about maybe Yoko Otoshi. Misses. His leg's in the middle there instead of the outside. And he gets the push down. And it is Ushangi Margiani who goes in to the quarter-final. Up next, Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. He faces Celio Diaz of Portugal. It's Majdov in the white judogi, Diaz in blue. Diaz flirting with the edge there. It's always a dangerous thing to do. If you can avoid it, then leave it well alone. Just try not to get caught up in that edge play, they call it. Uchimata from Diaz. He catches Majdov, who goes over side and then back, but he manages to roll onto his front. Down onto his side and then onto his back, so the Wazari scored. Diaz leads with a little over 2 minutes left to go. Diaz again flirting with the edge of the contest area and picks up a penalty this time. I warned you. He does lead by Wazzari with 1:40 odd left to go. So maybe he feels comfortable in soaking up that Shido and perhaps maybe another. Well, you're not going to see many better cracking ippons than that one. Nemanja Majdov got hold of Diaz there and absolutely buried him. Wazzari down, 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Nothing fazed Majdov there. Diaz dumped out of the competition, Majdov into the quarter-final. That is going to make for a nice highlight. It's Diaz really who almost assists in this. He's helping with the lift, but Majdov is in control. Here's the Kouchi, just drops the foot in and behind. Begins to turn now. There's the sweep up. In flight. Oh, that's a nice one. Well done, gentlemen, for catching that one. That was a super shot. What a beauty that is. Highlights reel, you've got stuff to work with there. That is beautiful. Nemanja Majdov through to the quarterfinal. We're going to have a short break and we will come back with the quarterfinals in the under 70 kilo category. Don't go away. We'll be back with more action from the Suzuki World Championships here in Budapest. Right, let's see if we can give you an update on the state of things in the under 90 kilo category. We'll be back with all the quarterfinals in the under 70 kilo category, the under 78 kilo category, which is what we've been following here on mat 2. But let's just tell you what's happening with the draw on with regard to the 90 kilo category. So the round 4 lineup in the under 90 kilo category: Alexander Kukolja of Serbia, he's the #1 seed. He will face Turel Safguliev of Azerbaijan. Gantulga Altenbanger of Mongolia will face the winner of the contest between David Tekic of Germany and Victor Ochoa of Mexico. That's taking place down on mat number 1 at the moment. The German leads by Wazzari, and they're into the last minute there. And we've still got plenty of judo left with some round 3 contests in Pool B. Come down now to Pool C. That's the pool that we've been looking at. Ushangi Margiani defeated David Klamert, and Nemanja Maidov defeated Celio Diaz. So that quarter-final, we've got a quarter-final that will feature Ushangi Margiani of Georgia. He'll be up against Nemanja Maidov of Serbia. And then down in Pool B, Tot Christian will face Yakio Imamov of Uzbekistan, and Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain will face Mamad Ali Mediev of Azerbaijan. That is a round 4 contest. Right, the under 70 kilo category then. Let's have a look and see. We'll have a look and see what's happening there. We'll give you the quarter-final lineup. Well, I'll have to come back to the quarter-final lineup for the under 70 kilo category, because we're going to start with the quarter-finals in that weight category. Kwon Sung-young of the People's Republic of Korea faces Asma Niang of Morocco. It's Kwon in the white judogi, Niang in blue. Just heard that David Tekic did win his contest down on mat number 1. Kwon Sung-young takes to the tatami. She faces Asma Niang. Both fighters pick up penalties there. Asma Niang with the Yoko Sutemi waza. There's no score there, however. Kwon's just got to weather this storm here. Niang will try to a couple of shot tactics, a few efforts to try and catch Kwon. Kwon may not be familiar with Niang's fighting style. Just have to learn on the job, so to speak. Two and a half minutes to go. Yes, and that's a good score. We've seen Niang employ that today already on a couple of occasions, and she catches Niang there. Sorry, and Niang catches Kwon with that Yoko Sutemi waza. A little over 2 minutes to go. Kwon's got to try and work things out now. Much more experienced fighter in front of her. Needs to come up with her own scoring technique. Can't get rattled either. Kwon just got to settle. Look to level things. Slightly untidy, off balance, and trying to come in there. Change of direction needed. Niang cleverly trying to keep Kwon down on the ground where she can burn up some time. A little over a minute left to go. Missed. That left leg missed there as well. It wasn't the best time to launch that attack. Got to be determined. Got to get this at the right time. Niang is going to be difficult to find on the mat now. She's backpedaling with a view to holding on to that lead. Who can blame her? Must come up with a combination. Too far away with that left-sided effort. Second penalty picked up by Nang. Dangerous time to collect the second penalty because there are 30-odd seconds left to go. And a single error here from Niang will rob her of this quarter-final. Got to be careful here, Asma Niang. Can't afford a false attack, a step out, gripping infringement, or running from the North Korean. Couldn't come up with a big score. Kwon, she's lost it now. Niang's going to take this. Well, you can't fault Asma Niang. She did everything right in that contest. She puts herself in the semi-final of the World Championships. Who would have bet on that? Asma Niang overcomes Kwon Sung-yong of the People's Republic of Korea. We may yet see Kwon in and amongst the medals, but it won't be for the big prize. Asma Niang, however, is in the first of the semi-finals. We'll see how she gets on later on. That'll be part 2 of the 5th day of competition here at the Suzuki World Championships in Budapest. Coming up next, quarter-final in the under 70 kilo category. Maria Perez of Puerto Rico faces Marie-Eve Gahi of France. It's Perez in the white judogi, Gahi in blue. Two of the most exciting fighters today. Perez because she's been throwing well. Gahi because she looks so focused and unstoppable. And there's a nice effort with the sumigeishi off to the left side from Perez. Not quite enough to come up with a score. Nice, yeah, there you go. Perez on the board. I thought it was a good one. So, Perez continues with her scoring. And now, just got to make sure that she doesn't get overpowered by the gripping skills of Marie-Eve Gahi. Nice effort on the left-hand side, and brings Gahi down onto her knees. Chance to work on the ground here for Perez. Keep working as long as you can. Make sure you use up all the clock. 3 minutes. You don't want Marie-Eve Gahi with time on her hands standing up. Very dangerous fighter. Attacking immediately. Take the right arm off. Yep, and another chance to work on the ground. Good turnover. Oh, not quite enough room left. Nervous times for Perez and all the Puerto Rican supporters. 2.5 minutes looks like a long time, and it certainly is. Especially if you've got to hold off Gahi. Another score would be great for Perez if he can show us a little more of her throwing skills and come up with another score. Good effort there, but almost caught, or she is caught. Let's have a look here. Yeah, down onto her side. And Gahi clumsily attempting a technique there, and now Perez diving at Gahi, but it was all too late. That was not the cleverest of efforts from Gahi. An untidy entry in there that allowed Perez to come up with a second score. Inside 2 minutes now. Still a long time to hold off the French hope. Right-sided from Gahi. And that really is getting nervous here. Minute 20 odd left to go. 2 scores on the board from Perez. 1 to Gahi. Trying to free her hands up now, Gahi, to get a good grip from which she can work from. Perez backpedaling a little bit. Penalty free at the moment, which is good for her. Unable to break the sleeve grips of Gahi. That's going to cause her a problem. But Gahi is running out of steam as well. It's causing her a problem. Perez picked up a penalty there, but we're into the last minute now. And for the first time, you can see Gahi looking a bit desperate. Half a minute left to go. Here comes Perez again to attack on the ground. And she's in a good position here. Just needs to get closer to Gahi to keep things going. Couldn't do that. 26 seconds left to go. Can afford one penalty if she backs off or false attacks, and Gahi throws in an effort there. She's got to come back up on top here to attack, and she does. She'll have one turn at this to keep Gahi down. She can't. 10 seconds left to go. Takes her time to get back to her spot. Gahi's there waiting for her. She backs off and just pushes the arm away, and she'll pick up a penalty here for avoiding to take a grip. Well, that's it. You've used up your last card. 2 seconds left to go. She's on top now, and that's it. It's Perez who wins out, having scored twice against the French favourite. Yves-Marie Gahi down into the repechage contest. Perez into the semi-final. And I'll give you that lineup now quickly. Asma Niang of Morocco will face Maria Perez of Puerto Rico. Arai Shizuru of Japan has yet to face Maria Patella of Brazil. And it's Yuri Alve of Colombia who will face Maria Bernabeu. Those are the other two quarterfinals still left to go. We've got some more action coming up for you when we return with the quarterfinal in the under 90 kilo category. But right now, here are the highlights from the Perez-Gahi contest. Right, here we are with a quarterfinal in Pool C of the under 90 kilo category. Ushangi Margiani of Georgia faces Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. It's Margiani in the white judogi, Majdov in blue. Well, we've had some excitement here, and we haven't reached the final block as yet. I think it will kick off later this afternoon. Things are really shaping up nicely. Some big names have gone out, some surprises into the later rounds, and I think that's going to make for some terrific matchups. I'm looking forward to the afternoon session. We've got one more contest here for you on mat 2. This is it, Margiani and Majdov, and Majdov has looked impressive early on. Margiani apparently carrying a leg injury. It was Majdov who caught Celio Diaz so beautifully in round 4. And that put him into this quarterfinal against Margiani. Margiani defeated David Klamert of the Czech Republic, who had a terrific run this morning, but it ended with that loss to Ushangi Margiani. We've reached the stage, the quarterfinal stage, where a loss isn't an immediate exit. A loss here in the quarterfinal stage would still see the loser go into the repechage. It's not all over, even if you lose this one. But who wants to lose? Both these fighters would much rather take their place in the semi-final. Yeah, it was Margiani who was the transgressor there. He looked not uninterested, but he looked defensive, and he assumed a defensive position, and he picked up a penalty. Minute 40 odd left to go. Both fighters now have picked up penalties. Margiani finding that Majdov is a lot to handle. And again, just pushing away the hands and avoiding to take a grip, and he picked up a penalty. Majdov couldn't come up with that Eri Seonagi. There's a minute to go here. Majdov trying to work a turnover. Margiani proving strong enough to block that. And that reworked Katagaruma from Majdov puts Margiani onto his front after a bit of a bump to the head first. Left him a little bit uncomfortable, that one. Margiani is the one who's coming forward now and searching for something. Attacking. Maidov backpedaling a little bit here. Just attacks on the left-hand side there. I'm not that sure. It was the second part. I don't put those two things together. My feeling is not. Jean-Jacques Ruska didn't put them together either. That would have been a little bit different. Golden score. It's going to be 2 penalties picked up. See, it's the second push. Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for coming. Coach is asked to take his seat in the stands. There was one, the attack came from Maidov. It failed and there was a bit of a block, and thereafter Maidov pushed. So the two don't join up, and given that they weren't joined up, Maidov was unable to claim a score, despite the fact that his coach thought it was. Yes, that's a good turn. But Maidov was strong enough to resist going over. Margiani looked for a moment as though he could turn Maidov onto his back. He would have scored, but he fought that off, did Maidov. Managed to avoid going over. 49 seconds into golden score. Neither fighter can afford an error. The first one to score will win. Got to stay in the contest area. A little bit of a nudge there from, and that looks good. It's okay. The referee is going to have a look at that. He doesn't want to give it unless it's right. And then, well, yeah. I think he made a good decision there. It wasn't clear to him. It wasn't clear to him. We've got the benefit of the replay. Why give it then cancel? So I think he made the right decision here. They looked at the replay, and only after the replay did they decide it was good enough, and Iwazari went on the board. Margiani can't really argue with that one, because it's something that was given after a review. And I think that's the right thing to do. If you're not certain, have a look, go to the video replay, and if the video replay shows it, then you go with that. Maidov it is who wins out. He goes into the semi-final. I'll see if I can give you very, very quickly the lowdown for that. Ushangi Margiani goes into the repechage contest. It's not over by any means. Well, we've still only got part of the category completed, so I'm not going to go through that as yet. Only to say that we look forward to your company a little bit later on. We've still got judo taking place on mats 1 and 3. If you can find your way to clicking on mat number 1 and find your way to clicking on mat number 3, there's still plenty of judo left to go. But from me here on mat number 2, it's bye-bye for now.